Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to my friend Brock Heward. Brock, why did you call First Mark?
Brandy, it is so good to talk to you. It's been too long, and we made that call. And the only bummer is we waited too long. I know you hear from people that you talk to as well as I do to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. I just wish we would have done it earlier. You know, Brandy, the word that comes to my mind is a word I use on my sports show a lot, and that is connective tissue. It's important in team building. It's important to players in a locker room to be connected to others. And when it comes to insurance, it's so complicated. It's stressful, and you just don't even want to deal with it. And that's where the connective tissue of having a pro, having a broker, having a partner, and most of all, having a teammate like First Mark Insurance was the best connective tissue we could find.
Brock did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup,
something I can solve myself,
try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kind of spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear,
call Apollo Plumbing.
The ready right now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger wielding plumber.
A clean screen trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy.
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kind of like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Council.
Much with us, social media users have praised a family who instantly stepped up to help a server at their party who brought her baby to work. 23-year-old Hilda Reza was attending a confirmation party with her family. While they were enjoying the celebrations last month, they noticed that one of the servers had her 4-month-old daughter in a stroller beside her while she worked. Several of the guests held the baby throughout the party to try to ease the stress on the server. Newsweek says the guests ensured she was well cared for while her mother worked. They even took the baby onto the dance floor. Thankfully, the server was able to tend to her daughter throughout the evening. After seeing her family dote over the server's baby, Reza shared a TikTok that went viral with millions of views. The caption read, "Bless this mama." Among the responses was a comment from the server herself, who wrote, "Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sending lots of love to your family as well." That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Drs. Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar this Thursday at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, how much does RLE cost? Is financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered this Thursday at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. Don't miss the free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
President disputes Iran intel report.
We hear it was obliteration. It was a virtual obliteration.
East Coast heat wave.
It is crazy humid, crazy hot.
Astronauts' 5th trip into orbit.
I think I'm somewhat addicted to space.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, an early intelligence assessment asserts the U.S. military strikes on Iran may have only delayed the country's nuclear program by a few months. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe reports President Trump, who's overseas right now, insists the targets were destroyed.
I believe it was total obliteration.
At the NATO summit this morning, President Trump and top advisors lashing out at a leaked early intelligence assessment suggesting Iran's nuclear program hasn't been wiped out by U.S. strikes and may have just been set back by a matter of months.
It's gone for years. Very tough to rebuild because the whole thing has collapsed.
The President, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio especially angry at whoever leaked the report.
The intelligence says that's the game these people play. They read it, and then they go out and characterize it the way they want it characterized, and they're leakers.
And even if the mountain facility called Fordo isn't completely destroyed, Rubio says other facilities needed to make weapons are gone.
The conversion facility, which you can't do a nuclear weapon without a conversion facility. We can't even find where it is, where it used to be on the map.
A new CBS News YouGov poll finds 56% do not approve of the U.S. military action in Iran. 85% of Republicans support it. Our Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto.
Going forward, do folks have confidence in the Trump administration's handling of this? Big numbers of Republicans, independents and Democrats less so. But there's also this widespread concern that these airstrikes could lead to a wider war.
The Iran-Israel ceasefire has been holding. CBS's Deborah Patta is in Tel Aviv.
The Israeli military has said it will turn its attention back to Gaza, where eyewitnesses have told CBS News there have been mass killings by Israeli forces almost every day over the past week as hundreds of Palestinians try to get food. Just yesterday, over 50 people were killed waiting for aid, according to the Hamas Health Ministry. Body after body was brought to Nasser Hospital. The United Nations has called the new aid distribution points death traps.
7 Israeli soldiers were killed in the southern Gaza Strip today when a Palestinian militant attached a bomb to their armored vehicle. Well, here at home, millions of us from Louisiana to Maine are under heat advisories for today, but forecasters say this will be the last day of extreme heat. CBS's Rob Marciano.
Heat advisories and heat warnings are still up for places like Philadelphia, 101 in Columbia, 109 in Raleigh and D.C. Still going to be hot. As mentioned, we cool down to 95, 96 degrees in New York City, and still hot all the way back through St. Louis. So that heat dome is beginning to kind of get pressed down to the south and east. Cold fronts trying to sink down to the south and cool at least the northern tier off. But the mid-Atlantic, the mid-south, and parts of the southeast will still be sweltering right through Friday.
A privately funded SpaceX rocket is on its way to the space station carrying astronauts from India, Poland, and Hungary. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez says the mission is commanded by a woman who spent more time in space than any other American.
Ignition and liftoff.
At an age most Americans consider retirement, 65-year-old Peggy Whitson is heading back to space for the 5th time.
I'm heading back to the pillar. Copy, Peggy.
America's most experienced astronaut has already logged a record 675 days in orbit, first with NASA and now with Axiom Space.
It's just exhilarating living in an environment so different than what we have here on Earth, and having adapted to that environment, it is fun for me to share my experience with the rookie flyers that are going with me.
Her crewmates are government-sponsored astronauts from India, Poland, and Hungary. They'll perform around 60 scientific studies aboard the ISS during their 2-week stay, arranged by Axiom.
It's 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
A political upset in New York City. Andrew Cuomo, the former New York governor, was stunned in the Democratic primary for mayor by 33-year-old Democratic socialist Zoran Mamdani.
In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done.
Under the ranked voting system, the result will not be final until next week. Cuomo conceded the race.
He won, and we're going to take a look. We'll make some decisions.
Also in New York, CBS's Matt Piper has the latest on the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial.
Soon after the prosecution rested, so too did the defense, who did not call any witnesses. The judge asked Combs how he was doing, and he replied he was doing great. He then told the judge, "You're doing an excellent job." Combs did not testify, but prosecutors called 34 witnesses over a month and a half. Closing arguments are set for Thursday, and attorneys say it may take 2 days, in which case the jury would get the case next Monday.
A hearing today in Tennessee will set the terms for Kilmar Abrego Garcia's release on criminal charges. He's the man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. Once released, he'll be taken into ICE custody. And CBS's Katie Weiss has the story of a Louisiana Marine veteran who calls the detention of his wife by ICE agents a betrayal.
I come home from work and my best friend, my partner, isn't here.
Being a single dad was never in this Marine veteran's plans. But it's been his reality since May, when Adrian Cluot and his wife Paula went to an immigration check-in.
Which turned out to be 3 ICE agents there to arrest my wife.
What was going through your mind?
I was furious. They told us we had passed the interview.
The married couple had just welcomed their second child, a baby girl. They also have a toddler.
Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, who reluctantly supported Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination to be health secretary, has called for a delay of a meeting today by a newly appointed medical panel on vaccines, citing members' inexperience and possible bias. The group plans to vote on RSV and flu vaccines, but has not scheduled action on a COVID shot. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
He had top 10 hits as a singer and starring roles on TV and movies. Bobby Sherman, a heartthrob in his younger days, has died at 81 months after revealing a stage 4 kidney cancer diagnosis.
Bobby Sherman was a teen idol of the 1960s and 70s. Known for his cute looks and voluminous brown hair, he'd earned 5 gold albums as a singer. He was also a popular actor, notably co-starring in ABC's Here Come the Brides.
What's the matter, Josh? Don't you think I'm old enough?
Then, while playing a TV doctor in 1974, he was inspired to become a real-life paramedic and would later work with local law enforcement. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
And Sherman also co-founded and was active in a children's aid program in Ghana. That's the World News Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. A man is recovering after a violent stabbing Tuesday night in Seattle's First Hill neighborhood. Seattle police say the victim was outside a gas station on Terry Avenue when a woman stabbed him in the chest during an argument. Officers later arrested the suspect nearby on Cherry Street. The victim was rushed to Harborview and is in serious but stable condition. More than a year and a half after a door plug blowout stunned the world, the NTSB unveiled their findings. KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner has details from the 6-hour hearing.
The chair of the NTSB says the blame is shared for the door plug blowout on Alaska Airlines Flight 1282, a chain of systemic failures between Boeing, supplier Spirit Aerosystems, and the FAA that could have been deadly.
I firmly believe there's one reason Flight 1282 averted catastrophe, and one reason only: the crew.
Today's meeting used to outline investigation findings and introduce new safety regulations. The chair also using the platform to call for new FAA leadership. At the meeting, Boeing announced a design enhancement to their door plug system, soon to submit to the FAA, with plans to retrofit existing planes, an effort to avoid a future blowout. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
A Seattle man is stuck in Israel as the conflict between the country and Iran unfolds. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman talked to him about his experience.
Randy Kessler of Seattle shares with me what he's gone through the past few days.
You just go down to the bottom floor, and that's where it is. And everybody goes down there and gathers. And so you see all their, you see all your neighbors at 2:45 in the morning in their pajamas, tired, and there's a radio on. And in my case, those ballistic missiles almost entirely went over my head towards the more populated civilian areas of Israel.
And in order to get back home, he has to cross from Israel's southern border into Egypt.
His flight was canceled. He says he hopes to be back in Seattle before the weekend. Washington's latest revenue forecast is out now, and the state's money problems continue. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi has details.
Projected revenue collections through 2029 increased by about $8 billion from the March 2025 forecast. That's mostly because of the new taxes passed by state lawmakers as they wrestled with a $16 billion shortfall. However, it's still $720 million lower than what lawmakers assumed in their budget. Dave Reich, Washington's chief economist, says the state and national economies are both slowing down.
Future risk is elevated.
Governor Bob Ferguson calls the revenue forecast disappointing, but not surprising. He says his team is analyzing it, and right now he does not anticipate calling a special session. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
This week, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Vaccine Advisory Committee is expected to meet for the first time since Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. replaced all its members. Yesterday, Washington Democratic Congresswoman Kim Schreier took Kennedy to task for that and his views on vaccines.
I will lay all responsibility for every death from a vaccine-preventable illness at your feet.
In a statement, a AHS spokesperson says Secretary Kennedy is restoring public trust by reconstituting the ACIP with highly credentialed doctors, scientists, and public health experts committed to evidence-based medicine, gold standard science, and common sense. Seattle City Attorney wants additional penalties for graffiti vandals. Ann Davison went before the Public Safety Committee yesterday, asking lawmakers to approve new fines.
The civil fine amount would be $1,000 per violation, plus a restitution for labor and material costs to abate the damage.
She says if offenders can't pay up, they could do community service instead clean up the graffiti. The Public Safety Committee will consider the measure again in 2 weeks. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Tacoma to Seattle about 23 minutes. Puyallup to Renton 17. Renton to Bellevue about 18 minutes. Everett to Seattle about 23 minutes right now. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Wednesday morning, some low clouds in the area, but we've got more sunshine with highs in the 70s today. Right now, it's about 55 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Chris Sullivan with a choke point looking at the impending closure of the Vantage Bridge. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the Chi and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with 3 straight value games against the Royals, Monday, June 30th through Wednesday, July 2nd. Score seats for as little as $11 and enjoy a beautiful summer night at the ballpark. Go to mariners.com/value games to lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule.
I think it's fair to say that Christina has led an active lifestyle.
I grew up as a dancer. I danced for 18 years.
And 18 years of dancing is going to leave you with some wear and tear.
I ended up in a great deal of pain and went in for 3 different hip surgeries.
And after discovering that the surgeries were no help, Christina saw Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy. So it's time to ask, what is her pain level now?
None.
None.
The hip joint pain, it's gone. It is absolutely gone.
And she is back to her active lifestyle.
And it's made such a difference. It actually gave me the ability to move forward, go for walks with my dogs, to play Frisbee, or to go to the gym or go cycling if I want to.
Which is why Christina will tell anybody who asks her that whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts here from the patients I've talked to and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Solomon.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Let's go.
Well, 2 more weekends of smooth traveling on eastbound I-90 across Advantage Bridge, but after the 4th of July, 24/7 lane restrictions return.
There's a stretch you just took a trip through there, Sully.
Yep, the Vantage Bridge, it's getting its TLC. We're in, year 2 of 5? But we'll get into that. Yeah, this is the second year of work on the 60-year-old Vantage Bridge over the Columbia River on I-90. For the last couple of months, WashDOT has closed a lane in each direction over the bridge Monday through Thursday, but opened the lanes for the weekends. WashDOT's Summer Derry says that's going to be changing.
After the 4th of July, we're going to close it down 24/7 for those single lane closures in each direction. And then one more time, we're going to pop back up on Labor Day weekend.
That holiday weekend, all lanes will be open, but then the lane restrictions will remain in place until work is stopped by the weather sometime in November. Derry says drivers need to be prepared for the return of the long delays through the area, especially on Friday and Sunday afternoons.
It's summer break now. Drivers really need to be aware of that this is a permanently recreational route. So if you're traveling across the state between the 4th of July and Labor Day, you will definitely need to plan for additional travel time across the Vantage Bridge.
And Derry says the best idea is just to avoid the area.
If you're farther to the north, go up toward North Cascades, Leavenworth area, go up and around that way. If you're closer to the Yakima area, loop back down to Moxie or through the Tri-Cities and scoop back up. So lots of ways to avoid significant backups, just getting across that pinch point across the Vantage Bridge, depending on where you need to go.
And don't trust your GPS when it wants to divert you off the freeway.
What we don't recommend whatsoever is taking the old Vantage Highway.
That highway is tiny, it's windy, 2 lanes, no lighting, an elk migration path, lots of other animals, and during the biggest of the backups last year, it did not move for the final 2 miles as you tried to merge back onto the freeway. Now, I know, Charlie, you and I have both taken that as an alternate early morning, late at night, different times. I mean, I was fine at 6:45 in the morning. You try that at 11 a.m. on a Friday morning or noon or 1 o'clock, it's going to be a much different story. You tried it what time of day again?
I don't know. It was like 3 or 4 on a Friday afternoon.
Wow, and it worked?
It was great.
Well, then you got lucky.
It was fabulous.
But yeah, you might be the outlier because from what I've been seeing and from what people have told me, you can be asking for trouble trying to get back there. So the best advice is to maybe try or think well ahead. And of course, also check out to see if Gorge Concerts are having something on Friday afternoons or Saturday, because that will obviously add a lot more people to the area. Concert weekends were brutal last year, and we have 3 more years of this construction throughout the year as they try to replace all the panels. And having driven over that Sunday, it is very bumpy, and you watch your speeds. I mean, especially if you're hauling something. I was all over the place because they've replaced some sections. Then you have a section they're going to work on next, and then so you're kind of all over. So be careful.
Yeah, I'm taking the travel trailer over this weekend. We're headed to Moses Lake for a baseball tournament, and that bridge, even when it is fine, is really you're clenching on the wheel if you're towing something going through there. So certainly something we need to be aware of. What's really helpful, I think, too, is WashDOT about 60 miles before Vantage Bridge. They have this sign saying approximately how long the wait is getting across.
And
there.
they also have that in the westbound direction as you get towards Moses Lake as well. So people heading that direction have an idea too. Yeah, it was great when I saw that sign going into Kittitas early, Friday morning. It said 2-minute delay. I was like, oh yeah, that's a good day. But of course, the lane closures were gone because they were in their Monday through Thursday issue, like they're going to be this week and then next weekend for 4th, and then we're back into it.
See how I didn't follow Sully's advice and I didn't completely strike out?
Good job.
Yeah.
Don't do that every time, though.
Yeah, don't be Charlie.
Yeah.
All right, stand by.
All the time.
Stand by. We'll talk
Am
about...
I coming back?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we'll have a lot of clouds today with a chance of a few sprinkles. Highs will be close to 70. Right now, it's about 55 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold on the fragile ceasefire between Iran and Israel. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming!
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Chris Domine is a husband and a father. Chris is an athlete. Chris is even an Iron Man. But 10 years ago, Chris was facing a very different story because his kidneys were failing.
Basically, the doctor said,
If you don't get a kidney transplant and if you don't do dialysis, you are going to die.
Fortunately, Chris received a second chance at life, made possible by an organ donor.
You know, your well-being changes from loss of hope to better times ahead.
More than 100 million people in America are registered organ, eye, and tissue donors. People of every age and ethnicity, because they believe it's the right thing to do. Imagine what you can make possible by leaving behind the gift of life. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Flace with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. The nicotine in e-cigarettes is addictive and can harm brain development. That's why I worry about teens who try e-cigarettes. Many young people use pod-based e-cigarettes like Juul, which have high levels of nicotine. And because teens' brains are still developing, they can quickly become addicted. The tobacco industry uses fruit and candy flavors to attract young people, often turning them into lifelong users. For more, visit healthychildren.org.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Marvin window specialists who have been trained by Marvin to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Getting a flu shot helps us stay healthy, so we don't miss out on what matters. Like that family movie night your daughter can't live without. Yeah, can't do that. Every year, millions of people in the U.S. get the flu. Especially now, no one has time to miss out on moments that matter. So get your flu shot. Find out more at getmyflushot.org. Brought to you by the AMA, CDC, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Think insulation is only for the winter? Think again. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient. It's your secret weapon for staying cool in the summer, slashing utility bills, and boosting your home's air quality while keeping mold at bay. Need an attic overhaul or thinking about new insulation? Look no further. Guardian has your back. Call now and save $299 off attic sealing and insulation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Do you ever lose your balance or feel dizzy for no apparent reason? Do you hear ringing in your ears or have migraines? These are all signs you could have a problem with your inner ear or vestibular system. To learn more, call the Vestibular Disorders Helpline at 800-837-8428. That's 800-837-8428. Sponsored by the Vestibular Disorders Association.
From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Over 400 tariff-free new Kias are available now at Kia of Everett. With easy lease and financing options, experience simple, easy fun at Kia of Everett today.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. President Trump is in the Netherlands for a NATO summit. Despite the president's claims, an early intelligence assessment estimates that Iran's nuclear program was delayed by just a few months by the U.S. attacks on their nuclear sites. CBS's Weijia Jiang has more.
Right after the strikes, President Trump addressed the country, and he said that these sites were totally obliterated. And they were very confident that they absolutely crippled Iran's nuclear program. The problem is that the president said that before any details of any assessment had started to become available. And CBS News has confirmed that the very early one indicated that it was not actually completely obliterated.
The Kent man charged with aiding the bomber of a fertility clinic in California is now dead. CBS's Matt Piper reports.
Daniel Park has been found unresponsive at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles. He was sent there earlier this month after he was extradited from Poland, where he fled to 4 days after the attack on a fertility clinic. The 32-year-old Park was accused of supplying chemicals to Guy Bartkus, the bomber, who died in the May 17th explosion. There was not yet a cause of death.
A statement says no one else was injured. Seattle police arrested a man who had more than 15,000 child porn images in his possession. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas has more.
The 38-year-old lives in Capitol Hill, but he was arrested at work in South Lake Union. Officers say he made multiple accounts across multiple platforms. They say he even admitted to both possessing and distributing the images.
2 weeks after a series of anti-ICE protests turned violent in Seattle, the director of the local ICE field office is weighing in for the first time. She tells KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner agents aren't deterred by the public opposition.
As protesters came out in full force in Seattle, ICE operations continued. The Seattle field office has a goal to arrest 30 to 50 undocumented immigrants each day, a directive that's been met with public opposition like this.
I'm here because I'm a first-generation immigrant, and I would like what's happening to change.
The chants and calls for change have been loud and clear, says ICE field director Kamala Walmsley, but it doesn't change their enforcement role.
We're an apolitical agency. I know it doesn't seem like that when people have such strong views about immigration enforcement, but at the end of the day, regardless of who's in the White House, there are aspects of our job that we have to do.
Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
The Seattle City Council approves a ban on rent setting software. Critics say the technology allows landlords to collude to drive up rental prices. Councilmember Rob Saka.
This is very impactful and will support tenants for decades.
The measure prohibits corporate landlords from using RealPage's algorithm and other rent-setting services. Violators face fines of up to $7,500 per violation. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Everett to Bellevue about 28 minutes right now. Federal Way to Seattle 31 minutes. Quill to Bellevue about 17 and Issaquah to Seattle about 15 minutes. And for your forecast, we'll have a lot of clouds today along with a chance for a few sprinkles. Temperatures still warm. Highs will be close to 70 today. Right now it's about 55 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
We call up New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold with a look at the week's biggest stories.
Big story, of course, this morning, David. U.S. involvement in the war between Israel and Iran. A whole heck of a lot happened yesterday. Iranian strikes on a U.S. base. Now a ceasefire, maybe. Bring us up to speed.
Yes, everybody remembers this weekend the U.S. entered that war between Israel and Iran by bombing. U.S. bombers attacked some Iranian nuclear sites. Yesterday, Iran took some action against the U.S., but it was pretty pro forma. They fired some missiles at a U.S. base in Qatar, apparently told us ahead of time that it was happening, and they fired only a few, so we were able to intercept them. Nobody was injured. It seemed like a very token gesture, like the Iranians were saying basically, like, we're responding, but in the smallest way possible, don't hit us again. And then at the end of the day, President Trump said that on Twitter that he'd arranged a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, which both sides agreed to. And then this morning, President Trump is saying that the two sides have broken the ceasefire by continuing to shoot at each other.
And President Trump, in some remarkable comments this morning, speaking to the media before taking off for that NATO conference, basically used very raw language at times, saying the two parties, Israel and Iran, don't know what the F they're doing right now. He didn't say F, as well as him saying he was going to call them up while on Air Force One to get them to stop. This is pretty unconventional, isn't it?
It is. I think he was proud to play the deal maker last night and then realized that this is an area where the Middle East, where lots and lots of U.S. presidents have thought they were the deal maker, and then things have unraveled. There's obviously a lot of dynamics that have gone on here for decades that President Trump can't wave away. So I think he may be playing a force for good, and that he seems to be tougher on the Israelis than past presidents and more likely to push them to accept a ceasefire. But he's finding now that arranging peace between these two sides is not that easy.
We mentioned the president made those comments before heading out for the NATO summit this morning. What's expected to be accomplished at that NATO summit?
Well, the whole thing has been arranged by NATO to basically please Trump. And Trump has become the biggest threat to NATO. He's threatened, to take the U.S. out of it, to not honor the U.S.'s commitments to defend other NATO states if they're attacked. And one of the big issues he's made is that the other NATO states are not living up to their commitment to spend a certain % of their national GDP on defense. Many of them are spending a lot more now, partly to please Trump and partly because they fear that Trump may not be there. They may need to defend themselves against the Russians, for instance. So I think this conference will be set up to try to please Trump and show him that the rest of NATO is doing what he wants. Well, it remains to be seen if he pays attention and if he's pleased.
Let's switch over to the president and the mega bill, the big, beautiful bill, which is in front of the U.S. Senate. What are some of your observations there, David?
Well, it's a really interesting legislative moment. I've never really seen anything like this where one party is determined to pass a big bill that you really can't, the public doesn't know what's in it. And the public doesn't really like anything that's in it. They know it's called the One Big Beautiful Bill, but can any person on the street name something in this bill that will do something for them? Maybe it'll lower their taxes generally. But it's a very unpopular bill because it, at least in the version that's out there now, would include a lot of cuts to things like Medicaid that people like. So Trump obviously really wants a legislative achievement of some kind and wants to do it now. And the House and Senate really want to give it to him. I'm just really surprised they're pushing so hard on something that the public seems to have so little interest in.
David, we appreciate your time as always. Thank you. New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold.
Thank you.
Coming up, we'll have a check of your national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Escalation.
The U.S. attacks Iran.
For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America.
Stay with KIRO News Radio for the very latest.
Iran launching missile attacks today on U.S. military bases in Qatar and Iraq. Retaliation for the American bombing.
And what it means here at home.
The Bremerton-based USS Nimitz is on its way to the Middle East.
Experience local voices you trust. Stay with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and mynorthwest.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Crooked teeth may embarrass kids whose families can't afford braces. And trying to fix their teeth themselves can make things worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. For children and teens who qualify and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, treatment can be life-changing and help them smile with confidence. Learn more at aaoinfo.org.
Every summer we drive to Lake Chelan in our Subaru Outback. That car has been great for our family adventures. We bought it at Carter Subaru, and they have what you've been searching for with over 300 new vehicles in stock, including the 2025 Forester, now with 3.9% financing for 48 months, or go electric with the 2025 Solterra EV, 0% APR for 72 months.
On approved credit, subject to vehicle insurance and availability. A documentary service fee may be added to the sale price or capitalized cost. See dealer for details. Valid through 6/30/25.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
182 over 100. And I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. And then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
A lot of people don't understand, including myself. I didn't, now I do, the impact of having a stroke.
My memory is shot.
When I woke up, I couldn't speak.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
It's a new life, but I'm gonna make it better. I'm coming back. Ask your doctor, check your blood pressure.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
CBS News Brief. President Trump insists U.S. strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities despite an early intelligence report that says the bombings only set the program back several months.
The last thing they want to do is enrich anything right now. They want to recover. And we won't let that happen. Number one, militarily we won't. I think we'll end up having somewhat of a relationship with Iran.
He spoke from NATO meetings at The Hague. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo's conceded the New York City mayoral primary to 33-year-old Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani.
We have shown the power of the politics of the future. One of partnership and of sincerity.
This is expected to be the final day of a scorching heat wave in the eastern half of the U.S. CBS meteorologist David Parkinson.
We will be at 100 degrees in Raleigh, North Carolina, and we will flirt again with 100 degrees in Atlanta.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got a lot of clouds today, along with a chance for a few sprinkles. Highs will be close to 70. Right now, it's about 55 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton on the fragile ceasefire between Iran and Israel. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation, the original Make Your Roof Last company. Remember, your roof isn't just a roof. It's a shield guarding your loved ones and belongings. When replacement time rolls around, trust is key. That's why Guardian's crew isn't just skilled, they're licensed, vetted, and fully insured. And with our Guardian Guarantee, we promise your roof's done right the first time. Call now and get 1 year of maintenance free with the installation of a new roof, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Stop Medicare fraud. Report anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors, known as SHIBA. If you suspect Medicare fraud, call 800-562-6900. 800-562-6900.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, the ceasefire that was announced by President Trump in the Israel-Iran conflict already seems to be in question.
As the president left the White House, he said he was, quote, unhappy with both countries and seemed to confirm both had violated the ceasefire.
Used words a little stronger than that. Retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton is with us to break it down. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Amanda. Good to be with you and Charlie again this morning.
So catch us up to speed. Yesterday when we were talking at this time, we were anticipating strikes on U.S. bases. What do we know about what happened yesterday before this ceasefire?
Well, specifically, Iran launched what was a pre-announced attack of approximately, I understand it, 14 ballistic missiles towards Qatar. Qatar is a home to the largest U.S. military installation at Al Udeid Air Base. I've been there. That's where U.S. Central Command Air Forces are headquartered. It has about 10,000 American troops, and it's also where we have our Combined Air Operations Center. It's an absolutely critical military installation for the United States. But nonetheless, I believe it was a face-saving measure. Frankly, that Iran, as I mentioned, pre-announced, and what President Trump said was a relatively weak attack. But anytime you got ballistic missiles headed to you, it's all relative. But nonetheless, I believe Iran had to strike back at the United States for face-saving measures, particularly the Ayatollah commanding that attack, face-saving for the hardliners within his regime. But nonetheless, now as you alluded to, we're in the midst of a ceasefire, and both with it's fragile, and there's certainly lots of tensions in the air after 13 days of the Israeli relentless air campaign and Iran's response with ballistic missiles and so forth. But what I'm looking for in the coming hours is if that ceasefire can actually remain intact.
I think President Trump said something to the effect of, because I can't say it on broadcast radio, that both the Israelis and Iranians were really basically amped up and they didn't know what the heck was going on. Can you just maybe talk about that energy after a ceasefire is announced and how both parties aren't really ready to wind down?
Well, Charlie, I heard the same soundbite from the president. We had a very frustrated president as he was leaving on the White House lawn there for a helicopter out to Andrews, and now he's actually en route. Will be attending the NATO summit in the Netherlands here in a few hours. But I believe justifiably so frustrated. But having been in the cockpit and having been in the Pentagon, a number of in the White House sit room, I understand tensions. I understand the criticality of immediate next steps. I understand trying to invoke some order in the chaos, if you will, in this case, the ceasefire. But my point here is that, again, Israel has been conducting a relentless air campaign for the last 2 weeks against Iran. Iran, in turn, as we discussed, has been firing off ballistic missiles. And it's hard to get those two titanic operations, to turn on a dime. But I believe that's where, as I mentioned, the next several hours will be critical here. And I believe that what President Trump, in direct conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu, as he alluded to in his mini presser there before he got on Marine One, has been very clear to Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the military action against Iran. But we'll see.
What is next for the president? What is his official role in all of this? As you mentioned, we saw a very frustrated Trump this morning.
He is, but my hat's off to his leadership, Amanda. I really, again, I'm very proud of our president, very proud of certainly our U.S. military, as well as our diplomats who've really been working hard to really put together the details of not only the ceasefire here, but also what will be an ensuing, hopefully, game-changing, transformational peace agreement with Israel and Iran. But the president's role here is really to serve now as the global leader. The fact that our president has exhibited this extraordinarily strong leadership, not only in the face of international leaders, but frankly, in the face of some domestic pushback here in the United States, either from his own party or from the Democrats and so forth. So I believe that that is going to be key. He's going to have to play hands-on role regarding this through the ceasefire, yes, but now through the negotiated settlement that I believe will begin to unfold here. So that's going to be key. And let me add just one other point here. We've had 45 years. We've been at war with Iran, and they've killed thousands of our men and women uniformists and some of our diplomats. If you recall, for instance, back in October of 1983, they killed 241 Marines at the Marine barracks in Beirut and so forth. So, but I think that we're at a point now with President Trump's strong leadership, U.S. significant role in taking down their nuclear weapons development sites at Natanz and then at Fordow and so forth. I think we're at an era that's end of appeasement and frankly end of a perceived decline in the U.S. role in world leadership and global politics and so forth. The president, my point of all that is, man, the president has to be in the center of all that. He has to be the centerpiece, and the United States has. The only nation that's going to be able to lead, like-minded nations in this case, or thwart adversaries and enemies is going to be the United States. And the only person who's going to lead that is going to be the President of the United States.
General Newton, in the minute or so we have remaining, we learned yesterday you are a subject matter expert on B-2 bombers. I'm curious what we have learned about, first of all, the pilots involved in this, and also how many of those bombs, the bunker-busting bombs, were dropped. I think that is new since we last spoke.
Charlie, first off, I might have mentioned I had the privilege of being the first B-2 Stealth Squadron commander, and I can assure you that the men and women who not only maintain the aircraft but do the weaponeering, provide the intelligence, and then actually fly the aircraft. These are the world's best, as well as those sailors who launched those 30-plus Tomahawk cruise missiles at Esfahan from the sea. The synchronization and integration of this capability is remarkable, but the B-2 at Stealth really proved that what we had envisioned years ago and brought the airplane into the United States Air Force and at an operational status proved that stealth actually wins the day. Stealth being obviously what the aircraft's made of in terms of also other features and so forth. And so stealth, and you're going to see that now because the aircraft was actually joined up with F-35s and F-22s, fourth and fifth generation fighters. And then you've got the follow-on to the stealth B-2 bomber is going to be the B-21 Raider and so forth. Okay. But I think also regarding those bunker busters, those 30,000 pounds. Technically, they're called BLU 57s. For the first time, Charlie, they were used in combat. And for the first time in combat, they hit their target with extraordinary pinpoint accuracy. And I believe they did the job. My sources, and we're going to have more battle damage assessment in the coming days and weeks, tells me that the range of battle damage assessment on those two sites, particularly Natanz and Fordo, was significantly destroyed to completely destroyed. And that's what you want in a battle damage assessment, so we don't have to go back and put our men and women in harm's way. Final point, the synchronization, integration of 125 aircraft as well as those Tomahawk cruise missiles from submarines, that was a tremendous feat. To our listeners and to the American people, and I say this often when I speak around the country, we make it look easy. It's not. It's extraordinarily difficult, but it does take months of preparation, train the way you're going to fight, and then have the will, the political will to employ these capabilities, these forces, really sums up the mission.
All right. News Nation national security contributor, Lieutenant General Richard Newton. As always, we appreciate your time this morning.
Great to be with you. Good morning.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we'll have a lot of clouds today, along with a chance for a few sprinkles. Highs will be close to 70. Right now, it's about 55 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today?
Oh, fabulous.
You're looking a little, are you a little glum?
No.
Oh, you're fabulous.
Yeah, fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it.
Good for
I'm
you.
a transmission fluid half full kind of guy.
Oh, that's nice.
How's that?
You need that today.
I do need that.
'Cause you're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that?
Yeah, of course it is. You know, we live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
Have you heard the saying, chucking a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at getroofsmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or getroofsmart.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better Basically, bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. It's been fun meeting people at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, what do the hens eat? Well, Wilcox hens eat natural grains, seeds, and grass. They forage for worms and bugs, and their diet is free from pesticides and fertilizers. For fresh local eggs, look for Wilcox eggs at Safeway, Town & Country Markets, or Amazon Fresh. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Experience the thrill of seeing orcas and humpback whales with Puget Sound Express. Join their family-run tours for guaranteed whale sightings, departing daily from Edmonds. These are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Book now at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump is refuting a leaked early intelligence assessment from the Pentagon suggesting U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities last weekend only set Tehran's program back by a few months.
I believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast. If it would have taken 2 weeks, maybe, but it's very hard to remove that kind of material.
He says the sites were obliterated. Both the president and Secretary of State Marco Rubio spoke on the sidelines of the NATO summit in the Netherlands.
The conversion facility, which you can't do a nuclear weapon without a conversion facility. We can't even find where it is, where it used to be on the map.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the FBI is now investigating the source of the leak. President Trump is hailing the NATO summit as a big success after allied leaders agreed to a spending spree to pay for defense. Secretary General Mark Rutte.
With this plan, allies have agreed to invest 5% of GDP in defense. This is a significant commitment in response to significant threats to our security.
It's something Mr. Trump has been pushing for since his first administration. Beat the heat is the name of the game again, from Louisiana to North Carolina and on up through Maine.
Turning up the AC, going into different stores to get more AC.
Today is the last day of a severe heat wave affecting the eastern half of the country. The expected high in New York City, 96. It'll be in the 70s by Friday. Numbers obtained by CBS News show migrant detention centers in the U.S. are at 140% over capacity. Half of the detainees have no criminal record, like the wife of one Marine veteran in Louisiana. CBS's Katie Weiss from Baton Rouge.
I come home from work and my best friend, my partner, isn't here.
Being a single dad was never in this Marine veteran's plans. But it's been his reality since May when Adrian Cluot and his wife Paula went to an immigration check-in.
Which turned out to be 3 ICE agents there to arrest my wife.
What was going through your mind?
I was furious.
The married couple had just welcomed their second child.
20 people were injured when lightning struck a lake in South Carolina. CBS's Michael Wallace.
There wasn't a cloud in the sky above Lake Murray and Irmo, but there were storms nearby when a lightning bolt hit the water and energized a metal cable attached to buoys that cordon off the swimming area. The victims were either holding the cable or swimming near it.
All of them are expected to survive. Dow futures are down 4. S&P futures up 8. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
6:03 now, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we're starting this Wednesday morning with a crash in Renton. Southbound 405, just west of 167. We've got the HOV lane and the left general purpose lane blocked. One of the vehicles involved in this appears to be a big rig. I haven't got pretty close eyes on it, but either way, the fire truck trucks have shown up. Only the 2 right lanes are getting by, and because of this, we're definitely starting to see a little bit of spillover onto the Valley Freeway for those of you going to northbound and trying to get over to I-5. So plan on 20-plus minutes already out of Auburn to get up to Renton and 40-plus out of Puyallup. If you're continuing up northbound on 405, though, no issues for you guys, under 20 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. Federal Way to Seattle's off to its normal self, about a 40-minute trip for you guys, 35 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma, and we're under 40 to start the day out of Snohomish County, coming down from Everett to Seattle or to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 25% on remaining 2024 heat pumps and ACs during the Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance. While supplies last, homecomfortalliance.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
Good morning. It's 6:04. We're learning more now about the 53-year-old man who died after a shootout and standoff with Seattle police near Madison Park. Turns out he was killed after he turned his gun on himself.
When officers arrived at that scene early Friday morning, they found the man's girlfriend shot in the back. We get the update this morning live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, that suspect's name is Daniel Jolliffe. He served 14 years in prison for killing 2 men after a bar fight more than 30 years ago. Early Friday morning, this was the scene outside his girlfriend's apartment on East Madison Street.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Police say Jolliffe fired at them through a window on the second floor of that apartment. At least one officer returned fire, and police say they hit the 53-year-old.
He is reloading. We need additional units now. Drop the gun! It's the Seattle Police!
However, during that standoff with police that ensued, according to autopsy results just released, Jolliffe shot himself in the head, and that's how he died. Here's a little more on that suspect. In 1993, when he was 21 years old, he was convicted on 2 counts of second-degree murder. He'd killed 2 men after a fight in Pioneer Square, according to the Seattle Times. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison, but only served 14 years before being released. So he'd been out of prison for at least 18 years. Seattle police say Jolliffe was not, however, on their radar before Friday's standoff. His female victim, by the way, was taken to Harborview Medical Center. She is going to be just fine.
Luke, thank you. Washington's latest revenue forecast is out, and the state's money problems continue.
Projected revenue collections through 2029 increased by about $8 billion from the March 2025 forecast. That's mostly because of the new taxes passed by state lawmakers as they wrestled with a $16 billion shortfall. However, it's still $720 million lower than what lawmakers assumed in their budget. Dave Reich, Washington's chief economist, says the state and national economies are both slowing down.
Future risk is elevated.
Governor Bob Ferguson calls the revenue forecast disappointing, but not surprising. He says his team is analyzing it, and right now he does not anticipate calling a special session. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Critics say Washington is not actually collecting less money. It is collecting more taxes than ever. The shortfall comes from the state spending more than it ever has, despite the record-breaking revenue being taken in.
Seattle city attorneys endorsing legislation targeting graffiti vandals. Ann Davison went before the City Council's Public Safety Committee yesterday, seeking to fine them $1,000 for each illegal tag.
I've seen this problem grow, so this is something that even though the number of referrals is going down, the problem has been increasing over time.
Davison said it costs the city $6 million a year to clean up graffiti. The measure would require offenders to either reimburse the city or do community service to clean it up.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, good morning. Wednesday, June 25th. We've made it to Hump Day. I'm Charlie Harger, along with Manda Factor. Good morning.
Good morning. Chris Sullivan is here, too, keeping an eye on the roads for us, and producer David Burbank as well. I just saw something pique your interest on your computer. Anything big?
No, just got an update on that crash in Renton. It looks like a pickup truck is wedged under a semi.
Oh, goodness.
That'll be a distraction.
Yeah, so that's what we've got going on southbound 405 in Renton.
All right, thanks for that. Heads up. Nick Krasia is running the board for us as well, picking the music, and we have a big show ahead of us today. Mayor Bruce Harrell joins the show at 7:15 this morning. He's pushing hard for re-election. We'll hear why he thinks he should keep the job.
We'll check in on the ceasefire between Israel and Iran. What's next for the conflict in the Middle East? We're going to hear from News Nation contributor Lieutenant General Richard Newton.
And after firing all 17 members of the CDC's vaccine committee, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has made his own selections for the committee. We'll hear from News Nation anchor Anna Koyman.
It's now 6:08. Seattle's ice field director is weighing in for the first time on reports of a growing arrest quota, one that follows dozens of anti-ice protests across the country. She sat down with KIRO Newsradio's Gwen Baumgartner.
As anti-ice protests intensified this month, so did efforts by ICE agents to detain and deport, with a widely reported quota from Homeland Security to increase arrest totals to 3,000 a day, a directive shared between 25 field offices across the U.S. In Seattle, ICE Field Director Kamala Walmsley says it's not a quota, rather a daily arrest goal, one that sometimes goes unmet.
It's between 30 and 50. It depends on what we're doing that day and how our teams are broken down. It's an aspirational goal.
Agents are efforting the largest deportation push in America's history, one of the president's campaign promises. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
A popular Seattle festival is off this year, and fear is the reason why. Uwamish River Festival was canceled over concerns immigration agents might show up. It's held in South Park, a neighborhood with a lot of Latino and immigrant families. Organizers say they didn't want to risk anyone's safety. They made the announcement on social media, saying the decision wasn't easy, but they felt it was the right thing to do. Community members say they're disappointed, but they understand. The festival was supposed to happen August 9th.
A man from Kent is tied to a bizarre, deadly cult bombing in California. We've told you Daniel Park was accused of helping a terrorist blow up a fertility clinic in Palm Springs. Well, he has now died in federal custody just days after arriving at a lockup in Los Angeles. The FBI says Park bought explosive chemicals and sent them to the bomber, Guy Bartkus. Bartkus followed a fringe anti-natalist cult that believes having children is wrong. He left behind a manifesto and tried to live stream the attack. The blast injured 4 people, destroyed the clinic. Investigators say Park helped plan it all from here in Washington. The FBI says no one else is being sought in that case.
Seattle City Council approves a ban on rent-setting software. Critics say that technology allows landlords to collude and drive up rental prices. Here's Council Member Rob Saka.
This is very impactful and will support tenants for decades.
Measure prohibits corporate landlords from using RealPage's algorithm and other rent-setting services. Violators face fines of up to $7,500 per violation.
30 digital display kiosks are coming to downtown Seattle. Yesterday, the City Council approved the installation of something called Ike Smart City Digital Kiosks. The 8-foot digital screens provide transit schedules, maps, and business information. The Downtown Seattle Association says they'll benefit everyone who goes downtown. Kathy Moore was among the 2 council members who voted no. She's worried the big screens on the sidewalks will distract drivers.
It could impact road safety and the impact on accomplishing the goals of Vision Zero.
That's the city's goal to end traffic deaths and serious injuries by 2030. Those first kiosks should be installed in time for the 2026 World Cup.
A nail-biter win for the Mariners yesterday in Minnesota against the Twins after taking a 5-0 lead in the 3rd inning. The M's gave up 5 unanswered runs to the Twins, making it a 5-5 tie in the 4th. Game remained a tie until the top of the 9th when a sac fly from J-Rod brought home the go-ahead run. Then Mariners relief pitcher Matt Brash took the mound in the bottom of the 9th with his first save opportunity of the season.
Brash looking for the final out in this one. The 1-2 on the way to Bader. Swinging a ground ball cued right back to the mound. Knocking it down is Brash. Underhand flip to Solano at first, and the ball game is over.
There we go. The M's will look to win the series in Minnesota today. They take on the Twins at 4:40, and you can catch the game on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
I have faith. It's 6:12. That's time to check the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And we say good morning to KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard. Good morning.
Good morning. It is cloudy out there now, and it will be like that all day. Expect cloudy conditions. Expect it to be maybe a little misty for a few places. There really shouldn't be a lot spot, but there could be mist or a little drizzle, especially at the coast and as you get closer to the Canadian border. But really just expect to find a lot of clouds today. It'll be significantly cooler. Yesterday we hit 80. I think today we're going to be more like, say, 68. So just not much heat today. Normal, just for a little reference, is 73, and we're going to be more like 68. Again, there could be a little mist or drizzle or a few sprinkles, but I think that's really all we'd see. Now, tomorrow looks very similar with a lot of clouds again, but I do think there's a slightly better chance for showers to increase. I really do think in the afternoon and evening we'll see at least a few hundredths of an inch. So I think tomorrow afternoon we should have some pockets of some light rain, but really only pockets of light rain. And then a lot of clouds and some rain early on Friday, or at least some light showers. But in the afternoon we should see some sun breaks. So really today and tomorrow cloudy. Friday is mostly cloudy. And then this weekend we should see some increasing sun. I think on Saturday it's mid-70s with afternoon sun. I think for Pride Parade Sunday we're going to be around 80 with beautiful sunshine, and more sunshine for Monday as well. So we're looking pretty warm next week at this point, and we're holding off on much more than just a few hundredths of an inch maybe tomorrow, but still a lot cooler today and a lot cooler tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Nick. It's cloudy and 56 in Seattle right now.
One barometer of how cool it is today.
Yeah.
Sully, are you wearing shorts or pants?
I mean,
he always wears shorts.
Yeah, I mean, is it between April and November?
Okay, I just thought I'd check. I don't know.
I'm
It
sorry.
feels kind of cool.
Sully, if I were you, I'd be offended.
I am, but
Yep.
I bottle up my rage like most men.
Yep.
And
Fair
it just
enough.
explodes at the wrong
Keep on
point,
keeping.
usually at a family gathering.
Just don't do it at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, Sully.
Nope. I'm level-headed here. And yeah, this crash we have on 405, guys, has a lot going on with it. It's southbound 405, so counter commute. But you're backed up from the Renton S-curves over toward I-5. It's right there before you get to the Family Fun Center. The HOV lane and the left general purpose lane are blocked, and there's a pretty sizable pickup truck jammed underneath a semi. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there, and there's another car involved that's back in the HOV lane. So this one's going to be with us for a while. And what it's really doing is it's adding a lot more congestion to northbound 167 now for people who are trying to get over to I-5. And so we're backing up pretty early today, 45 minutes from Puyallup to Renton, 25 from Auburn to Renton. By the way, if you're going through this, it's at least a 10-minute delay for those of you on southbound 405, maybe heading to the airport. Looking at 20 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, about 45 now from Federal Way to Seattle. Typical day for you guys, 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's now 6:15, and it was a big night for Swifties in Tennessee. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard is here to explain.
Fans went wild as Taylor Swift stepped up to the mic.
We were thinking, how loud could this place get?
And it got pretty loud. Swift was supporting her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, his annual Tight End University Training Summit in Nashville with a surprise after-party performance.
Players gonna play, 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 play. Haters gonna hate, 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 hate.
She dedicated it to her favorite players. It's the first time Swift has sung publicly since she wrapped up her Eras tour and bought back the entire music catalog for her first 6 albums.
Well, if there's one thing I know, it's that college football tight ends are big Taylor Swift fans.
Indeed.
All right. Thanks, Katrina. It's 6:16.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Well, the ceasefire between Iran and Israel, brokered and announced by President Trump, has surpassed the 24-hour mark. This after early violations of the deal from both Israel and Iran.
Joining us now is News Nation national security contributor, Lieutenant General Richard Newton, who's been following all the action. He's been joining us all this week. Good morning, Richard. It seemed a little iffy yesterday, but we're hearing things have steadied.
Good morning, Charlie, and good to be with you and Manda again. Certainly, President Trump came down very hard on Israel and Iran, but really Israel with regard to the tenuous ceasefire that he has brokered himself personally, by the way, en route to the NATO summit, I may add, yesterday. But essentially, he's very much focused now on the ensuing ceasefire, and you mentioned it. We're beyond 24 hours, and so will the ceasefire hold? I think it will. Now we need to establish the conditions for diplomacy and negotiations, frankly, that whereby would be in the best interest of the United States and our key ally, Israel.
We were talking yesterday about how long it would take to find out how much damage was done on those Iranian nuclear sites. President Trump says they were obliterated. What are we hearing from Iran about that?
Well, of course, Iran has, just in their bluster, which you would anticipate them to have that type of communication, that no damage and so forth, that they will continue on. But really what's interesting is that Iranians have yet to really give any indications at all, Cindy, that they will not pursue a nuclear weapon, that they will even enter into peace negotiations, and frankly, no indications at all that they've given up their overall nuclear ambitions at this point. And that's why I think it's so key that the United States, really two things we demand right off the bat, even before you enter into peace negotiations. And that is that the International Atomic Energy Agency and maybe other weapons inspectors have immediate access to examine those nuclear weapons sites. There's 12 of them in Iran. And that also I would advise the president to make sure Iran agrees immediately to peace negotiations that are really based on the fact that Israel and the United States, we're the victors here. And frankly, Iran, they're the losers in this case. And so they have to set conditions of what I would call diplomatic strength before we enter into, because, bottom line is this going to be are they going to be, in terms of their own position, is this will be a reprieve for Iran or a reckoning? So that's really key here.
We're speaking with News Nation national security contributor Lieutenant General Richard Newton. General, isn't it a little weird we haven't heard from the Ayatollah since this has all been going down?
Well, it may be what I think he still is alive. My sources tell me that and then frankly, it's in the best interest, I believe, of Israel and the United States at this point that he remains alive. I do believe that if need be or tasked, Israel could probably take him out. But that aside, I think because the whole idea here, Charlie, really hasn't been about taking down the Iranian regime or certainly change of leadership. It's really been about the nuclear weapons development program, and that's what we've really done a significant damage to. So that you keep that focus on, but it is interesting. I'll use that word that we haven't heard from the Ayatollah, but I anticipate we will. But it's almost as if he's letting his minions speak, especially his Minister of Foreign Affairs. He's been key. He was at Geneva 2.5 weeks or so ago on that fateful Friday when he said, no deal at all. And then in ensuing discussions and public announcements, it's been through the Minister of Foreign Affairs and not the Ayatollah. And so my final point here, Charlie, is there is a reason for that from a international audience or an external audience for Iran, but also from the domestic piece of this as well. So I think I would anticipate us to hear from the Ayatollah, if not by 4 hours.
We mentioned President Trump arrived at The Hague yesterday for the NATO summit. Do we know what was discussed on this topic there?
Well, on this particular topic, I think the key point and what I garnered out of the NATO summit was a unity of the NATO ally partners. There's 32 members of NATO, and I believe that down to every nation, there was unity behind the effort that the United States has led here, particularly post that Saturday attack regarding destroying Iranian's nuclear weapons capability. That is in the interest of the United States. It's also in the significant interest of the NATO ally partners. They also expressed that they wanted now to end the fighting and the hostilities and pursue a negotiated settlement. The other piece of this, and just a little bit of a NATO summit business, I mean, this is really an extraordinary time for a NATO summit in the Netherlands, is the president has yearned for and has been accepted by all the NATO ally partners to increase their military spending vis-a-vis their gross domestic product earnings, if you will, from 2% to 5%. And so that's a significant approval and agreement from the NATO ally partners moving forward. So there is a little bit of really important European business, NATO business here, but nonetheless, all the focus Cindy's been on the Israeli strikes and the ensuing U.S. strikes.
News Nation national security contributor Lieutenant General Richard Newton, who's been joining us all week. General, thanks so much for your time this morning. Look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Delighted to be with both of you. Good morning.
Thank you. Take care. It's 6:23, and that's time to head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we're now up to about a 15 to 20-minute delay now for those of you on southbound 405 trying to get from the Bellevue area over to I-5. We have a crash right there just west of 167, not quite all the way over to I-5, right by the Family Fun Center that has blocked basically the entire freeway. Only the far right-hand lane is getting by. This is a semi-truck and a large pickup truck and another car that have got tangled up. And so we're looking at about a 2.5 mile backup and growing. It's going to take you at least 30 minutes to get from Bellevue down to I-5 in South Center. So if that's the route you're taking to get to the airport, you're going to have a lengthy delay. Looking at the spillover onto the commute, and that's on northbound 167, really heavy now, pulling past 180th because you are driving basically into a backup on the freeway. And so we've got about a 30-minute trip out of Auburn already in 50 all the way from Puyallup. That's at least another 10 minutes there if that's your corridor. You might want to bail and make your way to I-5 if you're coming up the Valley Freeway a little bit south of 180th. Looking at the I-5 drive itself, about 45 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle, a little over 40 now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, and we're starting to see some brake lights in Marysville as well. The Lake Bridges, though, are fine. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Going to be cloudy today, a chance of sprinkles, more showers in the forecast for tomorrow. High of 68 today, 65 tomorrow, low to mid-70s by the weekend with a lot of sun, so not too bad. Right now in Seattle, we have clouds, and it's 55.
Stay with us. Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has the latest details on the search for Travis Decker. We'll also get to your opening bell report here on Seattle's Morning News.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on the Chi and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle Police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh.
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
RV buyers save thousands at the 9th Annual Summer RV Blowout Sale, June 19th through the 29th at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds. Huge discounts on new and used models. Meet factory reps. Enjoy free lunch. Every purchase includes a $500 parts coupon, a free E2 hitch for travel trailers, plus a year's worth of free camping. The 9th Annual Summer RV Blowout Sale, June 19th through the 29th at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds in Monroe. Hosted by Open Road RV. Free parking and admission.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Protecting your home has never been easier, thanks to our flexible financing options that can fit any budget. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, attic insulation, and even prevent moss without straining your wallet. Plus, it's all backed by our Guardian Guarantee. Why wait? Start guarding your home today. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Seahawks training camp, powered by Boeing, is back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, July 23rd through August 12th. Take in stunning lakeside views, grab autographs from your favorite players, and let the kids join in on pre-practice football drills and more. Register now at Seahawks.com/training camp.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit WaFdBank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Puyallup Tribe's Firecracker Alley is now open. 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Stock up now for the 4th at Puyallup Tribe's Firecracker Alley. Open now through July 4th. With over 100 fireworks stands and a variety of food and beverage options, you're sure to get your 4th of July off to a great start at Firecracker Alley. Don't miss the free fireworks show on July 1st. Learn more at puyalluptribe-nsn.gov. That's puyalluptribe-nsn.gov.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's now 6:31. Thanks for joining us. For the first time since the manhunt for Travis Decker began more than 3 weeks ago, investigators are acknowledging the possibility the father accused of killing his young daughters may have died in the wilderness. They're now modifying part of their search into a recovery effort. In a statement, the Kittitas County Sheriff Clay Myers said his deputies have tracked dozens of tips and reports of possible sightings of Travis Decker. Still no definitive evidence he's alive.
Earlier this year, state lawmakers used new taxes to help fill a $16 billion budget shortfall. But according to the revenue forecast, which was just released yesterday, the state is going to be short another $720 million over the next 4 years. Dave Reich, Washington's chief economist, says state and national economies are both slowing down.
Future risk is elevated due to the current policy changes. Continue to watch the tariffs and changes in federal employment and funding, and of course geopolitical conflict, particularly the Iran-Israel conflict, to see how that might play through.
Governor Ferguson says he is not surprised, but it is disappointing. He does not anticipate calling a special session. Now, critics say the state is bringing in more money than ever in taxes, but spending is also at an all-time high. They say that's why we're seeing a projected shortfall, not because of a drop in income.
King County prosecutors are sounding the alarm over a surge in so-called courier scams. Scammers are tricking victims into boxing up large amounts of cash, claiming a courier will collect the money for safekeeping.
So far this year, 46 people across Washington state have fallen victim, and they've lost millions of dollars. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is here with the story.
Yeah, Charlie Manda, let me ask you, have you ever received like a fake text message or an email?
Just yesterday.
Yeah, so did I.
The DMV wants to send me to jail.
DMV. And the thing is, we don't have a DMV here in Washington. We have a DOL, Department of Licensing. Me too. Well, I'll be arrested alongside with you, Charlie, because we got to pay a toll or something. But, this is really serious for a lot of people. King County Prosecutor Patrick Hines tells me this is how big of a problem this courier scam issue has become. Hold on for a second, and now I will play that sound.
So far, in the 46 cases we're aware of in the state of Washington since the beginning of 2024, we're talking about losses to victims of over $7 million.
$7 million. That's a lot of money. These bad guys are mostly targeting older folks. Hines says the scam starts with bad guys sending a victim a text message, email, or calling them. They want to scare that victim into clicking on a link or answering that phone call and taking action immediately.
The goal here is to create a sense of fear and a sense of urgency that something needs to be done right now, that the money in their account, their bank account, their investment account, isn't safe. And what needs to be done is that money needs to be drawn out in cash. That cash is either put in a box or used to buy gold that's put in a box. And the scammer will send a courier to pick it up and take it for safekeeping.
In one case, Hines tells me a victim handed over more than $800,000, and it's nearly impossible for investigators to recover that money. So how do you avoid this? Well, if you get a text or email with a link in it, do not click on the link. Just use good computer hygiene. And if that text or email appears to come from a government agency like the DMV, which we don't have here in Washington, or your bank, look, no government agency or bank is going to contact you in that way. And finally, this is what I tell my parents all the time. If you don't recognize the name or number on the caller ID, just don't answer it. Charlie and Manda, people are being scammed out of their retirement funds, the money they've been saving for years. And just like that, it's gone. Just so sad.
Okay. Luke, thank you for that important stuff. It's 6:35. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Sully is watching the roads.
And we have cleared the crash on southbound 405 in the Renton area finally. Have about a 3-mile backup behind it. This was just west of 167, had multiple lanes blocked. We still have about a 15-minute delay on southbound 405, but what this has really done has created a 20-minute delay on northbound 167 trying to get out of Auburn. That drive already at 40 minutes now and an hour all the way from Puyallup, so no love on the Valley Freeway. Federal Way to Seattle's running around 50 now. Coming down from the north end, 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, we're going to stay cloudy for the day. A little misty in spots this morning. 68 our high for today. Tomorrow we have showers in the forecast again, 65, and then a rebound for the weekend. Friday looks nice. Will be partly sunny and 67, up around 78 in the sunshine by Sunday. Right now, cloudy and 56 in Seattle.
Time for the opening bell, and the city of Cle Elum has officially filed for bankruptcy. This is a declaration with the U.S. Bankruptcy Court of Eastern Washington. Happened yesterday. The city says it owes nearly $26 million to a developer after a failed housing project. The mayor says they tried to settle, but the city just doesn't have the money. He called the city insolvent in a court filing. And now the developer's lender is trying to take money straight from city accounts. This makes Cle Elum only the second city in state history to go bankrupt. North Bonneville did it in 1991.
Some rare news for home buyers. Prices in Seattle are actually slipping. Homes.com says the median home price in the area dropped 1.3% in May. That's compared to the same time last year. Seattle is still the fourth most expensive metro area in the country. When it comes to price growth, though, we're now at the bottom of that list. Experts say the market is slowly tilting in favor of buyers.
The National Transportation Safety Board has issued new safety recommendations to the FAA and Boeing following the 2024 door plug blowout on an Alaska Airlines flight. CBS News transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve has more.
The safety deficiencies that led to this accident should have been evident.
NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy. Is this all due to human error on the manufacturing floor at Boeing?
It is due to a process issue, a process failure. So really what we needed here was a design change or a better process.
Do you feel that Boeing airplanes are safe for Americans to fly on today?
I do feel like Boeing airplanes are safe. I fly on Boeing airplanes all the time. Could they improve safety? Sure.
A federal judge is ordering the Trump administration to release electric vehicle charger funding. CBS News correspondent Jennifer Kuiper has more.
Billions of dollars in funding is to be released for the build-out of EV chargers in more than a dozen states. In partially granting the preliminary injunction, a U.S. district judge in Washington state says that the Trump administration overstepped its constitutional authority when it froze the funding previously approved by Congress in 2021. She has ordered that the money be freed up in 14 of the states, but not in D.C., Minnesota, and Vermont, saying that they did not provide enough evidence that they would face irreparable harm if the money wasn't immediately released. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
The order will go into effect July 2nd unless the Trump administration appeals.
Millions of kids are off from school and working this summer. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger says beyond just earning money, it can be an opportunity for them to learn about personal finance.
If the kids are under 18, a parent or a legal guardian, even a grandparent, can establish a custodial bank account for them. If they're over 18 and have earned income, they can open and contribute to a Roth IRA. It's a great opportunity to teach basics in investing. The earlier they start, the more likely they are to continue these early habits throughout their lives.
Checking Wall Street, trading's underway for the day, and the Dow is down about 35 points at 43,053. NASDAQ is up 122, and the S&P 500 up 13.
Now, a word for KIRO 7 News live, starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. No more, no now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
Mr. Sullivan, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the crash that just cleared on southbound 405 in the Renton area and break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
KIRO Newsradio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning.
On your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, we've got a new administration. What have we seen as a result at the IRS?
Well, the result that I think everyone is seeing is, unfortunately, reduction in staff.
And yet people think that because of those reductions, they're in a better spot.
Well, it's not necessarily the case, because the IRS is still going to work with the staff that they have. And in fact, their collection activity is going up.
But now is also the best time to get something done that could be favorable to the taxpayer who owes.
It's very interesting. I've had 2 cases now where that I was able to get settled with the IRS fairly quickly and with some excellent results. I think they're just trying to get any case where there's a real live person working on it through the system quicker. They're needing to handle a lot more cases. The caseload isn't going to slow down.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
6:43 now, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And if you can avoid the Renton area for the next little bit, that would probably be positive for your blood pressure. We had a long-term crash on southbound 405, which just cleared. It had a couple of cars involved, had most of the freeway blocked right near the Family Fun Center, and the backup is going away on 405. Where it's not going away is on northbound 167, because you're driving right into what was that backup. And we are stacked up all the way to 212th in Kent. And so Auburn to Renton is running at 40 minutes. Double the normal time for this time of day, and an hour all the way from the Puyallup area. So big time delays up the Valley Freeway. We are also losing just a little bit of time still coming down the 405 corridor in the southbound direction, maybe about an extra 5 minutes now. Going the other direction, the primary commuting route, we've got about a 28-minute trip to go from Renton to Bellevue. The rest of the map is filling in. Olympia to Tacoma is about 35 minutes. Eastbound 512 is heavy down the South Hill. Federal Way to Seattle's running about an hour, with 35 of those minutes getting you up into South Center. Coming down from the north end, brake lights in Marysville, a little bit across the Trestle. Plenty more right by the Everett Mall and a little bit from the Alderwood Mall. You got about a 55-minute trip Everett to Bellevue, about 50 from Everett to Seattle. The Lake Bridges, though, are in good shape. This report brought to you by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner for Washington State. You can help stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors, known as SHIBA. Learn more by searching online Washington State Medicare fraud.
We're taking a little break from the sunshine, staying cloudy for today. 68 our high. Might be a little misty in spots this morning. For tomorrow, look for partly sunny skies, but the chance of some showers at times as well, and 65 tomorrow. We'll start to warm up as you head into the weekend. Friday, 67, 73 and mostly sunny Saturday, and Sunday looks terrific, 78. Right now, it's cloudy and 56 in Seattle.
6:45. Katrina is making me read this. So here we go. A bachelorette party took a fantastic twist. KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gishard is here with the story.
When Morgan Irons and some of her friends and family wanted to spend a quiet afternoon cruising around looking for whales in New Hampshire, they got more than what they bargained for. They saw 2 sharks.
I'm always thinking about sharks in the ocean, no matter what we're doing. Like, that's just one of my fears. It was about 25 feet or so, and we were like almost over top of it. It was humongous.
It really is such an amazing thing to see that up close.
Morgan says she felt Jaws vibes and huddled in the back as the sharks circled the boat. They eventually swam away. She's getting married in August and says one thing's for sure, they are not invited to the wedding.
I get it now. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Had to have some fun.
Thanks, Katrina. Hey, coming up, we have an interview with Make That News Nation's Anna Koyman. RFK Jr. just fired the entire CDC panel, all 17 members, and now his new picks are getting scrutiny, and he's defending his choices before Congress. Anna will break it down for us live.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat-freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Hold up a sec. If I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfer is available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit Earnin.com for full details.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus, provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon. Free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Good morning. It is 6:49. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Vaccine Advisory Committee is expected to meet for the first time today since Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. replaced all of its members.
Yesterday, Washington Democratic Congresswoman Kim Schreier took Kennedy to task for that and his views on vaccines.
I will lay all responsibility for every death from a vaccine-preventable illness at your feet.
A House subcommittee scrutinized RFK Jr. for his choices so far as the secretary. And covering this for News Nation is weekend anchor for News Nation Now, Anna Koyman. She's with us here on Seattle's Morning News.
Morning, Anna. So let's begin with that testimony from RFK Jr. What kind of questions were asked?
Yeah. Hey, good morning, guys, and good morning to everybody at home. So, I'm covering this for us today. And this new CDC Vaccine Advisory Panel, it's going to take a couple of days, and it's getting underway very soon. This is going to be the very first time since Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as you mentioned, fired the entire previous panel and replaced them with some of his own picks, and some of them have ties to vaccine skepticism or hesitancy, depending how you look at it. So on the agenda is going to be reviewing vaccine data and also the recommendations for the shots that you get, that I get, that our kids get, that our parents get. And they're also going to be taking a look at one vaccine ingredient as well that skeptics have linked to autism. However, researchers and many doctors dispute those claims and say that there's absolutely nothing to worry about. So all this comes as Kennedy faced this grilling yesterday on Capitol Hill over a whole host of issues, also along with his vaccine views, but cuts that he's made to his department and plans for vaccine approval. So there's a lot that's going on there. And critics are really saying that this is nothing short of like a hostile takeover of federal vaccine policy, what many feared when Trump tapped him for HHS secretary. But look, his supporters say this is long overdue cleanup, that what he's doing actually should have happened a really long time ago, because he says that these scientists have had conflicts of interest and ties to Big Pharma, and so that's why he got rid of them. Over the next couple of days, and I would argue probably for quite a while from now to come, we're going to be hearing a lot about this advisory committee on immunization practices. So it's ACIP, or ACIP, as some call it. and they decide the shots that go into our kids' arms. And today, RFK's handpicked replacements are going to be meeting behind closed doors. And it really did get really fiery yesterday. I know you played a clip from one Democratic lawmaker, but it's actually both sides of the aisle. He's got his critics on both sides of the aisle. In fact, the Senate Health Committee chairman, Republican Bill Cassidy, I've interviewed him multiple times, but on social media, he said, quote, although the appointees to ACIP have scientific credentials, many do not have significant experience studying microbiology, epidemiology, or immunology. And he actually, you guys, yesterday suggested that actually the panel should delay their meeting till they're fully staffed, until everybody can be vetted, and also until the new head of the CDC can be put into place.
Is there any indication they'll do that, Anna?
Not from what I have seen, but we're continuing to follow it. A lot could come out of these couple of meetings today and this hearing for the new head of the CDC. But and I know it may sound cliche, but really the trust in the cornerstone of U.S. public health is really at stake with everything being front and center today. The CDC vaccine panel. This is the group again that decides things like your kids' schools, like whether they require certain vaccines in order for your kids to go to those schools, or some other examples, maybe your mom or dad, if seniors should get fall COVID boosters. So the whole conversation, the whole national conversation, I would argue, is actually already changing. RFK calls it reform. His opponents, they call it reckless. But his supporters, they say science in general is about asking questions and evolving research, and they're proud and pleased that RFK is going after big food, big pharma, big ag, everything that he said he was going to do, even before Trump tapped him as HHS secretary and before his confirmation.
All right, Anna, we'll be watching for your updates. Thank you so much. Anna Koyman is the weekend anchor for News Nation Now.
Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Sully.
And we are running with a 20-minute delay on northbound 167 as you come up out of Auburn, primarily from 212th and Kent heading up to 405. That's because we had an earlier crash on southbound 405 that you were driving back into. And because of that, of course,
reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
We've hit the $15 max in the hot lane, and today it is kind of necessary. The problem, if you go in there and pay, you're going to be going 4 minutes slower than the main line. So you're not getting any benefit out of it now in the hot lane. Looking at the drive from Renton to Bellevue at about a half an hour. Hour drive, Federal Way to Seattle, coming down from the north end, 55 minutes to an hour from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, depending on how you hit the volume. The lake bridges are great. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube, click subscribe, and get fresh video content daily.
Kind of a change in the weather. We're going to stay mostly cloudy with some misty spots this morning. 68 our high for today. Showers for tomorrow, but some peaks of sunshine and then drying out for the weekend. It's 56 in Seattle right now.
And stick with us at 7:15, our exclusive interview with Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell and why he thinks voters should re-elect him. We'll have that on air and online at youtube.com.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back.
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey there, Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Want to keep your home happy and prevent roof water damage? The answer is gutters. So if you're looking for gutter installation, cleaning, gutter guards, or repair, Guardian is here to the rescue. With Guardian's exclusive gutter and gutter protection systems, we are able to provide our own 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter systems we install. Call today and get $250 off a gutter guard installation or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Considering selling your home or downsizing? Visit themadronagroup.com for no obligation counsel. The Madrona Group's team of John L. Scott experts makes it easy, guiding you to best pricing and timing, maximizing your profit with smart technology and unparalleled integrity. 5-star reviews and industry best according to Zillow, Google, Yelp, Facebook, and Redfin. This Saturday, hear the Madrona Group's Jason Fox on KIRO News Radio's Home Matters. Maximize your home sale. Visit themadronagroup.com.
Celebrate the red, white, and beautiful during the July 4th sale at Dania Furniture. Take up to 50% off an assortment of styles for your whole home. Be sure to shop early for the best deals. Stop by our 4 local showrooms today or shop online at daniafurniture.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
This Thursday through Sunday, 4-time Grammy winner Eliane Elias brings her Brazilian brilliance to Dimitro's Jazz Alley. Don't miss 6 shows of stunning piano, sultry vocals, and unforgettable rhythm. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The president is denying a report U.S. strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities only delayed Tehran's nuclear program by a few months. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe reports from The Hague.
I believe it was total obliteration.
At the NATO summit this morning, President Trump and top advisors lashing out at a leaked early intelligence assessment suggesting Iran's nuclear program hasn't been wiped out by U.S. strikes and may have just been set back by a matter of months.
It's gone for years. Very tough to rebuild because the whole thing has collapsed.
A fragile day-and-a-half-old ceasefire between Israel and Iran is holding. President Trump has just wrapped up a meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky on a possible ceasefire in his nation's war with Russia. Their meeting took place in the Netherlands after leaders of NATO member countries agreed to contribute 5% of their GDPs to defense spending. Secretary General Mark Rutte.
For too long, one ally, the United States, carried too much of the burden of that commitment. And that changes today.
The Pope has been issuing marching orders to his bishops. Correspondent Vicki Barker is at the foreign desk.
Addressing about 400 bishops from 38 countries, Pope Leo has once again affirmed that priests must be celibate, and he insisted that bishops take what he called firm and decisive action to deal with sex abusers, especially cases involving children.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo isn't giving up on politics just yet. He says he may run for New York City mayor as an independent after unofficial tally showed Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani staged a stunning upset in the primary.
Tonight was not our night. Tonight was Assemblyman Mamdani's night.
Music mogul Sean Combs will not take the stand in his own defense as his sex trafficking trial nears an end at court in New York. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
The judge made sure he had a clear mind and asked if he wanted to testify. He said he's decided not to testify in this case. It was something that he said he discussed thoroughly with his attorneys, but made that decision on his own. And he also seemed to be in really good spirits after court, after both sides had rested their cases. He was chatting with a friend and generally just looks like he feels very confident.
It was a big night for Swifties in Tennessee. Fans went wild when Taylor Swift stepped up to the mic to support her boyfriend Travis Kelce's annual Tight End University Training Summit in Nashville with a surprise after-party performance. She dedicated it to her favorite players. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's 7:03, and looking at the roads this morning, here's Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Yeah, we're kind of in recovery mode after a crash we had last hour down in the Renton area. Kind of did a number on 405 and northbound 167. It is cleared, and the southbound direction of 405 is cleared up nicely. We haven't yet to clear up entirely on northbound 167. You were driving right into the backup, and so we've got about a 30-minute trip still from Auburn into Renton, and a little over 50 all the way from the Puyallup area, so about normal there. The normal commuting route as well, northbound 405 through the Renton area up to Bellevue is about normal as well. We've got about 30 minutes there. Federal Way to Seattle is about an hour, 35 of those minutes getting you up into South Center. There's a nice long gap, and then it's really not as bad past the West Seattle Bridge as it could be. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys. 16 looks good. 18's a little heavy over Tiger Mountain. Coming down from the north end, about an hour now from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Brake lights approaching the Boeing Freeway, a little bit past 128th, and then really away from Linwood. The lake bridges, though, are fine. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing 20 convenient flights per day between Boeing Field and Portland. Easy parking, no TSA. It's on Seaport Airlines. Book today, FlySeaportAir.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:04 Wednesday morning. The 53-year-old man who died after a shootout and standoff with Seattle police near Madison Park. It turns out he was killed after he turned his gun on himself.
When officers arrived at that scene early Friday, they found the man's girlfriend shot in the back. We get the latest live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
That suspect's name is Daniel Jolliffe. He served 14 years in prison for killing two men during a bar fight more than 30 years ago. Early Friday morning, this was that scene outside his girlfriend's apartment in Madison Park.
Shots fired, shots fired. I got the door.
Police say the 53-year-old fired at them through a window on the second floor. At least one officer returned fire, and police say they hit the 53-year-old.
He is reloading. We need additional units now. Drop the gun! It's the Seattle Police!
However, during a standoff with police, according to autopsy results, Jolliffe shot himself in the head, and that's how he died. So here's what we know about the suspect. In 1993, he was 21 years old when he was convicted on 2 counts of second-degree murder. He killed 2 men after an alley fight in Pioneer Square, according to the Seattle Times. He was sentenced to 27 years behind bars, but only served 14 of those years before being released. He'd been out of prison, so we're talking 18 years or so. Seattle police say Jolliffe was not, however, Charlie and Manda, on the radar of Seattle police during Friday's standoff and shootout. They didn't know who he was. They had to figure out who he was at the time. His female victim was taken to Harborview Medical Center. She is expected to recover.
Thank you, Luke. It's 7:06 now. The state of Washington's money problems continue. With the story, here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi.
Dave Reich, Washington's chief economist, says the latest forecast shows projected state revenues through 2029 are up $8 billion.
Revenues are up significantly due to legislative changes.
Meaning the new taxes state lawmakers passed this year to help close a $16 billion budget gap. The latest forecast shows Washington faces a $720 million shortfall over the next 4 years. Governor Bob Ferguson says he's disappointed by the forecast, but not surprised. And he says he doesn't expect to call a special session at this point. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
Now, critics note Washington state is bringing in more tax money than ever before. They say lawmakers are spending it even faster than the increased taxes are taking in.
Seattle City Attorney wants additional penalties for graffiti vandals. And Davison went before the Public Safety Committee yesterday asking lawmakers to approve new fines.
The civil fine amount would be $1,000 per violation, plus a restitution for labor and material costs to abate the damage.
She says if offenders can't pay up, they could do community service instead and clean up the graffiti. The Public Safety Committee will consider the measure again in 2 weeks.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Well, we've made it to Wednesday, Amanda.
June 25th.
How is that even possible? We're almost halfway through the year.
I know, it's crazy.
Sully is back. We are, of course, looking forward to hearing your reports. I was snooping on the text line, Sully. And
Yes.
2 different listeners have texted in this morning saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You helped me avoid a big backup.
Yeah, these are the good days.
Yes, sometimes
when I can get to people right before they have to make a decision and they bail. I love it.
You're the
Love
hero.
it. Made my day. So thanks for sharing the positivity.
For sure. All right. Producer David is here. Katrina is out at the news desk. Nick Krasia is choosing the tunes for us this morning.
Busy hour of Seattle's Morning News. Primary elections for Seattle's next mayor just over a month away. We're going to hear from incumbent Mayor Bruce Harrell in about 5 minutes, and you can watch the video on our YouTube stream as well or on the KIRO Newsradio app.
We'll have CBS Justice correspondent Scott McFarland talking about a new program from the FBI.
Also, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna weighs in on a recent decision from the Supreme Court surrounding deportations to third countries. Rob will explain.
It's 7:09. 2 weeks after a series of anti-ICE protests turned violent in Seattle, the director of the local ICE field office is weighing in for the first time.
She tells KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgardner agents aren't deterred by the public opposition.
As protesters came out in full force in Seattle, ICE operations continued. The Seattle field office has a goal to arrest 30 to 50 undocumented immigrants each day, a directive that's been met with public opposition like this.
I'm here because I'm a first-generation immigrant, and I would like what's happening to change.
The chants and calls for change have been loud and clear, says ICE field director Kamala Walmsley, but it doesn't change their enforcement role.
We're an apolitical agency. I know it doesn't seem like that when people have such strong views about immigration enforcement, but at the end of the day, regardless of who's in the White House, there are aspects of our job that we have to do.
Gwen Baumgardner, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle's Duwamish River Festival won't happen this summer, and immigration fears are behind it. Organizers say they were worried immigration agents might target the event. The festival takes place in South Park, a diverse neighborhood with a lot of immigrant families. Organizers say they hope to bring it back when the community feels safe again. It was originally set for August 9th.
The Kent man charged with aiding the bomber of a fertility clinic in California is now dead. The update from CBS's Matt Piper.
Daniel Park has been found unresponsive at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles. He was sent there earlier this month after he was extradited from Poland, where he fled to 4 days after the attack on a fertility clinic. The 32-year-old Park was accused of supplying chemicals to Guy Bartkus, the bomber, who died in the May 17th explosion. There was not yet a cause of death.
A statement says no one else was hurt.
A Seattle man is stuck in Israel as the conflict between that country and Iran continues to unfold. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman talked to him.
One of the last things you think of when you're on vacation.
I came here on vacation to see friends and enjoy food and culture and family. And next thing I found out, my phone started going crazy in the middle of the night.
Getting caught up in the middle of war. And in order to get back home, he has to cross from Israel's southern border into Egypt.
My flight was canceled, and I love it here, but I have to get back to Seattle to attend a wedding of a dear friend.
Although there's so much uncertainty in the air.
He hopes to be back in Seattle before the weekend.
For the second time in a week, part of Sound Transit Light Rail was shut down because of wire vandals. We get more from KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
This time, it's the East Side system between Bellred's
Station and downtown Redmond Station. 5 stations impacted in all, though. They had to run bus routes all day as a substitute. The service is now restored, so things will be back up and running. The King County Sheriff's Office told us they are investigating it as larceny. Now, this is basically the same scenario that happened Saturday in Bellevue with the 2 line. Service was restored within the day. No arrests so far in that case either, though.
At 7:12, let's get a check on the weather brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. KIRO 7 pinpoint meteorologist Nick Allard is here. Nick, where's the sun at?
It's taken a 2.5 day, maybe 3-day vacation.
Where
you know what?
The sun at?
Yeah, that's grammatically correct. It's okay.
That actually physically hurt me, Charlie.
Yeah, I know. I'm sweating. But, it is Wednesday, so I'm sweating regardless. But either way, yes, I get that. So cloudy skies, the sun be at the sun place, but it's hiding right now. I do think you will not see much of it today. It's going to stay cloudy all day. First half of the day, there may be some sprinkles or a few raindrops, but not much really to write home about, and only getting to about the 66 to 70 degree range. Tomorrow also cloudy, and you won't see much of the sun. I do think you'll see an increasing chance for some showers. And on Friday morning, there's a little bit left, probably in a lingering convergence zone around, say, Seattle to Everett, but in the afternoon, we dry out and see sun breaks. But this weekend, you get 3 straight days of 60s. This weekend, we'll get to the mid-70s after morning clouds Saturday. Pride Parade Sunday, it gets up to like 78, and then low 80s for Monday. So the sun will be out at it. Stuff.
Or
what?
something like that.
It'll be adding. It'll be sunning.
It'll be at the
Getting
sky
its
above
sun
us.
on.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I think I have made myself dumber, and I didn't think that was possible.
It's a service I provide, Nick.
No, I did it. Wait, I'm confused.
It's 56 at 7:13.
All right, let's head over to Chris Sullivan. We do that every 10 minutes. He's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we've somewhat normalized onto this Wednesday morning with a commute that you would probably consider normal. Looking at the Renton S-curves, though, they're pretty heavy now as you work your way up past SR 900 and kind of working your way up past the VMAC. 35 minutes to make the drive up into Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, we're calming back down. We're back under 30 minutes from Auburn to Renton, but not by much, 28. But that's definitely a couple minutes you can get back. And still about 50 all the way from the Puyallup area. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys. Southbound 5, though, we do have a new crash involving a semi southbound right there at the Dome, blocking the right lane at this point. This one just happened. I just got eyes on it as well. Want to thanks to my listener in the 253 who let me know about that one. Up the 5 Hill to 18, we're losing a couple of minutes, but nothing out of the ordinary. And then Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour. It's pretty heavy up through the Kent Des Moines Road, but then not as bad near the West Seattle Bridge. Coming down from the north end, a little under an hour from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. All the brake lights really materialize away from Linwood. There is a little slowing in Marysville. The lake bridges are fine. 18 over Tiger Mountain's a little slow on the west slope, but it doesn't really continue all the way over to I-90. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. You can get lower home energy bills, clean air, and year-round comfort with AeroSeal duct sealing, starting at just $99 for PSE customers, replacing their furnace or heat pump. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
7:15 now. A long-awaited album from a Grammy-winning rapper is coming. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard has the details.
It's been 7 years since Cardi B's debut album, Invasion of Privacy.
I don't dance now, I make money move.
She won a Grammy for it back in 2019. Fans have been waiting for another one ever since, and after several delays, she posted on her Instagram,
"The time is here, the time is now. I got an announcement to make."
She announced the release date for album number 2.
I'm not back, I'm beyond. I'm not your villain, I'm your karma.
In very Cardi B dramatic fashion, if you follow her, I Am the Drama comes out September 19th.
Katrina, thank you. It's 7:15.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
The race for Seattle mayor continues. There are 8 people on this August ballot as we prepare for the primary. 7 of them are newcomers, but we do have one incumbent.
Welcome back to Seattle's Morning News, Mayor Bruce Harrell.
Thank you for having me.
Why do you want this job for another 4 years?
Well, we have a lot of work to do. And I think that in my first term, we stabilized things. We tried to have normal conversations, but in terms of housing issues, public safety issues, transportation issues, we laid a great foundation by which to build upon. And again, with the challenges we're having with our federal government, having to sue our own federal government. I think we need stable, strong, effective leadership, being able to articulate the issues to protect our city. And so that's why I'm running for re-election.
In speaking to other candidates, as well as just people on the street, the three issues that keep coming up are housing, homelessness, and crime. I'd like to give you an opportunity to talk about some of your accomplishments and what you're planning to do in the next 4 years.
Well, housing is an issue that almost every major city is facing. And what we've done from a policy standpoint, we did pass one of the largest housing levies in our entire history, almost $1 billion. In my administration in housing, we've spent over $1 billion in my budget, and at $343 million in our budget. That's unprecedented numbers. We've built over 33,000 units, 5,000 of which are affordable. And in terms of planning for our growth, we proposed a comprehensive plan to grow 330,000 units, to produce 330,000 units in the next many years to accommodate our growth. So from a policy standpoint, we're doing everything possible. The fact of the matter is that income has not kept pace with the cost of housing, and that would be healthcare, tuition, the other cost to live in Seattle. The other issue of public safety, our crime rates are great. When I took office, we lost 300 officers. We had a demoralized police department. And in addition to now, for example, in 2020, we had 721 applications. I know the data fairly well. Right, that's per year. Right now, we're getting over 4,000 applications. So I took a demoralized police department, and through changing policies and inspiration, we're building them back up. And we created a brand new care department, which is a non-GUDGE response to mental crime crisis. And so we have an outstanding chief in Amy Barton. So we've recreated the sort of what modern policing looks like. And then with respect to again, public safety, our crime rates are trending in the right way. They're going down. Our homicides are down. Violent crimes are down. Serious crime is down. So we're doing everything possible to protect everyone. What was the other issue you asked about?
Homelessness.
Homelessness is, again, you look at the 2,000 emergency shelter units where there's permanent supportive housing, tiny homes. 85% of all tiny homes in the county actually rest in Seattle. And that's not, we don't want anyone to have to always live in the tiny homes, but we've reduced the encampments by 80%, RVs by 50%. So if you look at the work, and this is not organic growth, this is intentionality, rebuilding a city. And quite candidly, no one running for this position has the remotely has the experience, the executive experience, the academic experience, the professional experience. I've proposed 500 bills since I've been mayor, 800 when I was on the city council. So if you just look at the math and what we're doing, but that I'm running for re-election because I'm the best qualified. But let me say, from a spirit of humility, we have a lot of work to do, and I'm up for it.
Mayor Harrell, I want to go back to crime just for a moment, because as you mentioned, violent crime is down in the city. But if you talk to the people in the Chinatown International District or, say, Aurora Avenue, North Seattle, they're seeing shootouts on North Aurora. What do you say to those people?
It's unfortunate that Seattle and every major city are almost, the issue of gun violence is just very, very prevalent. So from a policy standpoint, we're getting about 2,000 guns off the streets per year. We're very aggressive. And remember that even some of my candidates believed in the defund model, right? So what I'm trying to do in increasing on a police presence is to make sure that we can, number one, get the guns off the streets. We can work with our legislature, who did a great job when you look at assault rifles and the other types of things that we're able to prohibit. But again, there's more work to be done. When I lost 300 officers when I took office, there was not a use of technology, for example. And so we're looking at on Aurora as an example with our real-time crime prevention technology that we have in place now, where we could actually have eyes on some of these troubled areas. We're going after some of the bad people, and we're able to make apprehension. So we'll continue to do everything possible. Am I satisfied with the progress we've made? Absolutely not. You don't want a mayor that says, oh yeah, everything is safe. So you're going to continue to see a very aggressive approach on keeping people safe through technology, through people, through prevention, through upstream services. Make sure that we understand why people commit crimes. And I read a lot about criminology and the different theories of crime prevention and why people commit crimes. And so I think, you need an executive that looks at the world of crime prevention through a holistic model, And I have a superstar in Chief Barnes. I have new leadership. And so we're going to do everything possible to keep people safe.
We're hearing from residents of Belltown who are saying it's the worst they've ever seen it. They say the city has not been responsive. They haven't heard from the city, and they haven't heard from you. What do you want them to know?
Well, number one, I take the feedback, so I don't say you're wrong. But the fact is that the data would sort of refute some of that we have more people coming here. We're the fourth fastest growing city. People are still living in Belltown. But for me, the conditions are still unacceptable.
Would you say Seattle has a gang problem?
I would say almost every major city does. And I was born and raised in this city, and I was here when there were no gangs. And so you do see many young people in particular that migrate to groups. There's drugs involved, not all in Seattle, by the way. They're all around the other cities, you name it. And again, we have gang prevention strategies in place. The fact is we are a big city. We're the fourth fastest growing city in the country. We're a wealthy city. We have big city problems. And so I'm uniquely qualified to work with the community-based organizations to reach these kids.
This is uncomfortable, but it is out there, and I feel like you deserve a chance to respond. So former Seattle Police Department Chief of Staff Jamie Tompkins is suing the city of Seattle for failing to stop rumors she was having an affair with the former Chief Diaz, saying she felt violated, degraded, and dehumanized at SPD. She told Fox that some of the crude comments came from you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is uncomfortable, but it's out there. Here's the quote from Tompkins. He, being Diaz, says Mayor Harrell told him he didn't care about the rumor because he would do me too. This is uncomfortable, but again, I feel like you deserve a chance to respond to a claim like that.
First of all, it's not uncomfortable because it's not true. And unfortunately, I don't know Ms. Tompkins. I've never seen her. I've never interfaced with her. And anyone that knows me, I don't use terms like that. That would be disrespectful to my wife, number one, but disrespectful toward women. The fact of the matter is, let's look at the facts. The fact of the matter is, and there's ongoing litigation all around in this stuff, so I'm going to be very cautious on how I phrase this. The fact is that I believed in Chief Diaz. I believed in his integrity and him as a human being. I stood by his side. The fact is that a report concluded he was dishonest.
Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell running for re-election. You are on the August ballot. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for having me. I
you.
appreciate the conversation.
Take care.
And we have the complete interview coming up on mynorthwest.com. We'll have a link to that. That went over 20 minutes with him. Went into a lot of different angles and all the different mayoral candidates we've been interviewing. Those are all up, the complete interviews on mynorthwest.com.
And they all have an invitation. We haven't talked to everybody yet.
We haven't.
We'll see.
It's important that we hear from them, too.
All right, let's get over to Chris Sullivan. Important to hear from him because we need the traffic. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic desk.
And we're definitely seeing a lot more slowing on southbound 405 now, pulling away from Linwood. It is bumper to bumper all the way down through Canyon Park, through 522. So over an hour now from Everett into Bellevue, about an hour from Everett into Seattle, maybe a little more depending on how you hit the volume away from Alderwood Mall, because it's pretty thick through Mount Lake Terrace and Shoreline. And then we're definitely starting to heat up again through the U District across the Ship Canal Bridge. Looking at Renton to Bellevue now, 35 minutes or more as we see the brake lights in the usual places there. Behind that, the Valley Freeway's about average, 30 minutes for out of Auburn and 50 all the way from Puyallup. A lot more brake lights up the hill out of Fife. You're going to need about 28 minutes to go from Tacoma to Federal Way, and then Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour and 15. Brake lights definitely now materializing past the West Seattle Bridge. The lake bridges are still in good shape. 18 over Tiger Mountain continues to struggle. This report brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, welcoming Express Scripts, Medicare D, and TRICARE Department of Defense Plan members. You can transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
You've seen the men in this town.
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
This could be the oddest gift anyone's ever given me.
But I'll bet you use it.
When the time is right, I suppose.
That's the idea.
A plunger.
An Apollo plumbing plunger.
Free for me?
Actually, free to everyone we visit.
Because?
We believe some things you can do on your own.
And if this plunger can't fix it?
Apollo Plumbing will.
Just like that.
You call, we come. It's fixed.
Wouldn't you rather I just call?
You're welcome to.
Okay.
But for a simple backup?
Something I can solve myself?
Try your free plunger.
I'll admit it's kinda spiffy.
Apply a little pressure.
And if it still won't clear?
Call Apollo Plumbing.
The ready right now plumbers.
Our big blue trucks come stocked full of fixes.
And a plunger-wielding plumber.
A clean screen, trained and trustworthy Apollo plumber.
They come in a jiffy.
Arriving when promised to put plumbing problems in your past.
And give me a free plunger.
That too.
You know, I kinda like this plunger.
I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Just like Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So you and I have talked before about the folks who think they can do this themselves. And again, I imagine there are a lot of people who are saying, well, new administration, fewer staff members, now I truly can get it done.
Really, in this situation, I do feel really bad for the taxpayer because here you're getting a notice. You call the IRS, you're going to be on hold for 45 minutes to an hour. And so getting through is going to be more difficult. And when you do get through, you're going to be talking to people that are not as well trained as they have been in the past.
Which makes it even easier for them to take advantage, even if it's not intended, against the person who owes taxes.
I've heard it said that they just will make up something because they want to respond to the taxpayer. And people are going to get some really bad information and they're not going to know.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
Need a new roof, but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Someone says they're from Medicare? Hang up. Medicare never cold calls. Offered free medical equipment or services? Toss it. It's likely a scam. Got your Medicare statement? Read it. Spot something strange? Report it. You can fight it. The Washington State Office of the Insurance Commissioner Fraud Prevention Service is free, unbiased, and here for you. Search Washington Medicare Fraud or call 800-562-6900. That's 800-562-6900.
Hey, Brock Heward here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing. When it's time to get that roof replaced, choose Guardian with our expert insured team and our Guardian Guarantee. Call now and get 1 year of maintenance free with the installation of a new roof or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:31. Good morning. King County prosecutors are sounding the alarm over a surge in so-called courier scams.
Scammers are tricking victims into boxing up large sums of cash, claiming a courier will collect the money for safekeeping. And so far this year, 46 people across Washington state have fallen victim, and they've lost millions of dollars.
We get details on this live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, this scam is pretty scary. Here's King County prosecutor Patrick Hines.
We have reports of people losing $870,000, losing money in chunks of $20,000 to $30,000. This can be devastating and life-changing.
Yeah, these bad guys are mostly targeting older folks. Hines says it starts by sending a victim a text message, email, or even calling them on the phone. They immediately scare the victim. They're going to lose all their money from a bank account or their retirement fund unless the victim takes all that cash, withdraws it from those accounts, puts it in a box for a courier to pick up for safekeeping. And Hines says the scam usually does not end there.
Once you have given them money, they're going to keep coming back to you because now you've interacted with them once. They can use that to build rapport with you, to build trust. So they will actually use what has happened as a bootstrap to continue the scam.
So what can you do? So you're not a victim. Well, if you get a text or email with a link in it, do not click on the link. That is tip number one. Number two, if that text or email appears to come from a government agency like FBI or some other state agency. Charlie, you and I got text messages from DMV, which doesn't exist here in Washington. It's a DOL. If it's your bank, no government agency or your bank is going to contact you in that way. So be leery of that. And finally, this is what I tell my parents all the time. Hey, if you don't recognize the name and number on that caller ID, just don't answer it. Let it go. If it's important enough, they're going to send you a letter or contact you in some other way. Charlie and Amanda, Hines tells me since the beginning of last year, you kind of heard it in the lead there have been 46 victims that they know about because a lot of people don't report these crimes because it is somewhat embarrassing to some victims. It shouldn't be. You got to report it. But they have lost more than $7 million.
Thanks, Luke. State of Washington going to be short $720 million over the next 4 years. That's according to the latest quarterly revenue forecast, which was released yesterday. Dave Reich is Washington's chief economist.
The U.S. and Washington economies are slowing.
He points to things like tariffs and the conflict between Iran and Israel, among other things. Earlier this year, state lawmakers used new taxes to help fill a $16 billion budget shortfall. Critics note Washington is bringing in more tax money than ever before, but we're also spending more than ever. And that spending is growing faster than the record-breaking tax collections.
We need to check the drive. We do that every 10 minutes for you, and we head back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Sully.
And we have a new crash to tell you about in the right lane, northbound I-5, as you get up past 56th, coming up into South Tacoma. So that's added a few minutes to the drive from Olympia on up into Tacoma, now at about 40 minutes. Definitely heavy through the Fife Hill now up to Highway 18. Bumper to bumper in spots, we're looking at about a 30-minute trip from Tacoma to Federal Way, which is about 5 minutes slower than you might expect. And then you have a Federal Way to Seattle drive of about an hour and 20. We've got heavy brake lights now past the Kent Des Moines Road, plus more from the north end of Boeing Field past the West Seattle Bridge into downtown. Rented to Bellevue, not much better. We've got about a 45-minute trip now, brake lights in the usual places, including over the top of I-90. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, a solid 50 from end to end, maybe just a little bit more. Coming down from the north end, okay in Marysville and across the Trestle, but away from Linwood it is very slow. Hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, and yes, we have just hit the $15 mark on southbound 405 today. That will save you about 20 minutes. This traffic report brought to you by me, KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Forecast looks to be cloudy today, a high of 68, 65 with showers tomorrow. We warm back to the low to mid 70s and sunshine by the weekend. Right now it's 56 and cloudy in Seattle.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
It's now 7:36. The FBI is making some changes to the deployment of their agents amidst renewed counterterrorism threats out of Iran.
And following this for CBS News is Justice correspondent Scott McFarland. Scott, explain to us what the FBI agents are doing with these counterterrorism efforts.
As we talk, the Attorney General of the United States is testifying about this before a Senate panel, that the FBI and the Department of Justice are ratcheting up their preparations and their resources towards counterterrorism, concerned that sleeper cells or some other Iran-sympathizing attackers will strike here in the United States. We know there was this missive, this directive that went out to FBI field offices across the country late this weekend and Monday morning, directing those agencies to make sure that they have put as much resourcing into counterterrorism as they can. The FBI won't comment on this publicly, but we do know critics of the administration say they got to make up some lost ground here because there was a gutting of the counterterrorism units inside the Department of Justice in the opening days of the Trump administration as they forced out or demoted or fired people who had ties to January 6th and Trump investigations. Those people were part of the counterterrorism teams.
Didn't a lot of those people shifted to jobs on immigration cases?
That's right. And among the things that have been expressed to FBI leadership, according to multiple sources speaking with CBS News, is that a recent prioritization of immigration cases has rerouted FBI agents away from some of their other missions. And they've expressed those concerns to FBI leadership. I'll expect the Attorney General to get more questions as this day progresses as to what she's doing to either ensure that there's a fine focus on counterterrorism or about efforts that are underway to try to make up some of the ground that critics say was lost.
Any indication of what we should expect in terms of immigration enforcement by the FBI after this?
They have a unique role in this because obviously there's an Immigrations and Customs Enforcement Agency that is the primary agency dealing with immigration, but the FBI has provided support in any number of cases. What's more, the U.S. attorneys in the Department of Justice prosecute large-scale immigration crimes or any felonious immigration crime. But I'll tell you this, there is concern about the dilution of the mission if you have the FBI focused too heavily on supporting immigration efforts when they have such other important pressing matters like counterterrorism, like chasing child predators, like chasing gun runners. And the FBI leadership is expected to answer for this and speak to this when they testify before Congress in the coming weeks.
And what are the next big steps we should expect to see here, Scott?
Well, I think ultimately you're going to see cases brought as they're found, but I would expect the Department of Justice to amplify these cases. If they bring in somebody who's suspected of having tethers to Iran for baseline crimes that may have, if allowed to continue, may have festered into a conspiracy to commit terrorism. They don't want to announce that as a deterrent and as to show that they're focused on this. These cases, they happen by the hundreds and thousands at the U.S. Department of Justice. But if you have anybody with a connective tissue to Iran, I expect them to pump their chests and announce that case publicly.
All right, Scott, thank you so much for your time this morning. CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland.
Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
We're going to take a look at the southbound drives coming down out of Snohomish County, so we'll break it down for you next.
A KIRO Newsradio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO Newsradio YouTube page.
Crawl space and attics are not places you want to spend much time, but many homes in our area can have serious issues behind the hatches. Hi, it's the owner of Crawl Pros, Richard Herron. For years, you've heard us talking about how we go where you don't want to. With our free corner-to-corner inspection to keep your crawl space and attic well insulated and free of mold and water. You've also heard about the pest control division of our company to keep your home bug and critter free. I'm excited to tell you about our newest division, Plumber Pros. Plumber Pros takes the same customer-first approach to plumbing that we do with our crawl space, attic, and pest control work. We've handpicked skilled plumbers that I know you'll feel comfortable inviting into your home. So next time you run into plumbing issues, from leaky faucets and clogged drains to full home repipes and sub pump installations, call Crawl Pros and we'll get our plumbing division, Plumber Pros, out to get it resolved. For anything related to your crawl space, attic, pest control, or plumbing, call Crawl Pros or visit us at crawlpros.com.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Hartley and Brent Wilcox on mobile pasture eggs from Wilcox Family Farms.
Hartley, you worked with our mobile pasture barns. Tell us what mobile pasture means.
Well, mobile pasture is using a big tractor to pull the barns to new pasture each week, so the hens have fresh, green, nutritious grass to eat every day.
Why is that important?
Well, hens can get about 35% of their diet from the grass and bugs in the pasture. So before they pick one area clean, we just hook the tractor up and move it to fresh green grass.
And the fresh grass makes for the most amazing colored yolks.
At Wilcox Farms, we have over 500 acres of organic pastureland that ensures we never run out of fresh Northwest grass for our hens.
Always check the carton to make sure it's local.
When you see Wilcox, you know it's local, you know it's fresh.
Wilcox is the only local mobile pasture in the Northwest.
You really have to see videos of how it works.
And you can at wilcoxfarms.com.
Remember, the grass is always greener at Wilcox Farms.
It's 7:43, and let's go over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And it is a stall that is blocking the right lane of northbound I-5 as you work your way into South Tacoma, right around 56th. Right lane block there. We've got a pretty sizable backup coming out of Lakewood, so plan on about a 10-minute delay, over 40 minutes now, from Olympia into Tacoma, and then it's going to take you a half an hour to go from Tacoma on up through Federal Way. Very slow up the 5 Hill to 18, and then Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour and 20. Brake lights in the usual places. A little gap in the middle there between 188th and about the south end of Boeing Field. Rented to Bellevue, about 45 minutes now. We're seeing a little bit more action up past 44th, and then over the top of I-90 into downtown Bellevue. Back that up by the 167 corridor, Auburn to Renton, at about 30 minutes, but the brake lights begin in Pacific, so we're over an hour now to make it from Puyallup up into Renton. Across the lake, though, we're still doing okay. Coming down from the north end, really struggling. Hour and 10-minute, hour and 15-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. We also have brake lights right at 128 before you even get down to Linwood, where you pick them up more severely. Across the lake, we're still doing okay. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
A little change in the weather. We're going to stay cloudy for today and a high of 68. Tomorrow, look for the possibility of some showers at times, but also some sun breaks. 65 tomorrow, improving weather for the weekend. By Friday, we'll start to see more in the way of sunshine, 67. Mostly sunny both Saturday and Sunday, mid and upper 70s. Right now, it's cloudy and 57 in Seattle.
Newlyweds went straight from their wedding to a concert. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard has a story.
It was a wedding day to remember. Country star Russell Dickerson serenaded a bride and groom who showed up straight from their wedding to his show.
You got married today. Oh my gosh. And you came straight here. They brought the whole freaking wedding party. Did you already have your first dance? Can we do another one?
He brought them up to the stage and he played his hit song, Yours. It was really a touching moment for all of the fans there. As he put it, if you're not making memories, what are you even doing? So,
good question.
Nice story. Thanks, Katrina. Hey, coming up, can the Trump administration deport migrants to different countries across the world? Well, Supreme Court just gave the green light, and former State Attorney General Rob McKenna breaks it down for us next.
Considering selling your home or downsizing? Visit themadronagroup.com for no-obligation counsel. The Madrona Group's team of John L. Scott experts makes it easy, guiding you to best pricing and timing, maximizing your profit with smart technology and unparalleled integrity. 5-star reviews and industry best according to Zillow, Google, Yelp, Facebook, and Redfin. This Saturday, hear the Madrona Group's Jason Fox on KIRO Newsradio's Home Matters. Maximize your home sale. Visit themadronagroup.com.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
Remember, Dave, you can get ahead of the game with WaFd Bank and implement services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever option they want to pay.
And Brad, I've heard that WaFd Bank has the equipment to make tracking transactions and getting paid easier than ever, right?
Right. With industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support, you can get peace of mind and get back to helping customers. You can also find a variety of business accounts at WaFd to fit your specific needs and a suite of other services to take things to the next level. We have the knowledge, experience, and offerings to make your business goals a reality.
Thanks, Brad. And you can learn more by visiting wafdbank.com or just drop in at your local branch. I think you'll discover why they've been awarded Best Bank by multiple companies many years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
747 now. Legal battles over whether the Trump administration can deport illegal immigrants from the U.S. continue throughout courts in the United States, with a Supreme Court decision on Monday opening the door for the administration to send migrants to third countries instead of their countries of origin.
Well, now the Justice Department is accusing a federal judge of defying that decision. And here to break it all down for us is former State Attorney General Rob McKenna.
All right, let's go for the big picture first, Rob. What was the decision on Monday all about?
Well, the decision on Monday put on hold a federal judge's ruling in Massachusetts that individuals who are being deported nationwide because they're criminally convicted could have a meaningful opportunity to claim that they shouldn't be sent to a third country because they'd be at risk of torture, persecution, or even death if they're sent to those countries that the administration is making deals with to receive deported immigrants. And the reason the administration wants to send these people to these third countries is that their home countries won't accept them. And under American immigration law, the government can deport people to third countries if it is impracticable, inadvisable, or impossible to send them either to their home countries or to a previously designated alternative country. So you have a group that was on their way to South Sudan, not exactly a garden spot, when the court stepped in and said, nope, they didn't receive due process to, make their case that they shouldn't be sent to a country where they might be tortured or killed.
How are these third countries chosen?
Through negotiation with the administration. The most famous example, of course, is El Salvador. The CCOT facility down there. But apparently the administration is making deals with other countries to accept these convicted criminals who can't be returned to their home countries.
What does this look like? How would the process work? So if you're an illegal immigrant and you're in front of a judge, walk us through the process.
You're getting to the heart of the matter. So you have an individual who is subject to deportation because they're in the country illegally. The individuals involved in these cases before the Massachusetts judge are convicted criminals. It's been determined that their home country will not accept them. And so the United States doesn't want to imprison them, incarcerate them in the United States, wants to send them out of the country. So the individual, has already gone through a process where, they've lost the deportation question. They're going to be deported. They've already been convicted of a crime. And it's been determined that their home country will not accept them. What this legal tussle between the administration and this federal judge in Massachusetts is about is whether or not they should have a further opportunity to try to block their deportation to particular countries because they claim they would be at risk of torture, persecution, or death. That's where we are right now. And this implicates this whole question of nationwide injunctions that we've been talking about. Can a single federal district court judge block a national policy, an administration policy nationwide? That's what this district court judge, Brian Murphy, did in March when he issued an injunction that prevented people from being sent to countries other than their own without opportunities to raise fears of persecution or torture. He then said in May that the administration was violating that order, which raises this question we've also been talking about. Is the administration defying the federal courts? And that May order went to the Supreme Court, which on Monday put the order on hold, the injunction, the nationwide injunction on hold. But Judge Murphy came back and said, well, that may block the nationwide injunction, but as to these specific individuals that were the subject of his May 21st order, the Supreme Court didn't, in fact, block his order. And now the administration is the one saying, oh, you're defying the Supreme Court, Judge Murphy. So they're going back to the Supreme Court for clarification of their order from Monday this week.
Rob, real quick, what are the differences between this and the orders that the alleged gang members, even though many were not, they were deported to Sacat in El Salvador? Yeah. Is there a difference here?
Yeah, the difference is where they were procedurally. So the issue with that plane load or two plane loads of people who were sent down to El Salvador is that it was claimed they did not receive really any due process at all, even to determine whether or not they were criminals. It was a mix of people who had been criminally convicted and people who had not, who were thrown together and flown out. And as you recall, that was the incident where the planes were in the air when the judge ordered them to be turned around. This situation does not involve people who have not had a certain amount of due process. They have. The question is whether they should have additional due process related to risk of torture, persecution, or death in places like South Sudan if they're sent there instead of their home countries.
Rob, we appreciate your time this morning helping us sort this out. State Attorney General, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna.
7:53. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk where we find Chris Sullivan.
And we're pushing towards our second peak of the morning, and the only unusual slowing we have is on northbound I-5 as you work your way into South Tacoma, right around 56. We've been working with a stall there. We've been backed up at times to Lakewood. Not as bad right now. 42 minutes to make the trip from Olympia to Tacoma. We're loosening up the Fife Hills, so that's good. Back down to about 25 minutes to get you to Federal Way. And then Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour and 20 minutes. That's become average on Wednesdays. 40 minutes into South Center, 40 minutes from. Also starting to see some brake lights on northbound 509 and 99 as you work your way from Burien or through South Park, trying to make your way to East Marginal Way. So plan on a little bit of delay there. The Valley Freeway from end to end, about an hour. Brake lights begin in Pacific, so it's a little thicker there than you might expect. Big gap as you work your way up into Kent, and then you hit it again. Then Renton to Bellevue is about 45 minutes. The Lake Bridges, we're doing okay. I mean, westbound 90 seeing a little bit of braking towards the Mount Baker Tunnel, a little bit through Montlake on 520, but you're under 25 minutes to get across the lake. Coming down from the north end, very different story. Very slow away from Linwood. It's at least 50 minutes from Linwood to get you into downtown Seattle or Bellevue. Puts us at about an hour and 10 to an hour and 15 to make it all the way from the Everett area, and also Highway 9, very slow again today southbound, working your way out of Snohomish. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Changing the weather, we're getting a little break from the sunshine. Staying cloudy for today. We'll be in the upper 60s. Tomorrow, a mix of clouds and sunshine and possibly some showers too, 65, and then improving weather for the weekend. Friday looks nice, warming up to 67. Mostly sunny both Saturday and Sunday. Highs in the mid and upper 70s. Right now, cloudy and 57 in Seattle.
Well, looks like that was kind of a rowdy press conference that President Trump just had in the Netherlands at the NATO conference. CBS News will have the latest on what he had to say. And coming up at 8:15, Israel and Iran may have paused the missiles, but what comes next? We'll speak with CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland with the latest.
Just a reminder, our inbox is always open for your news, tips, and story ideas at mynorthwest.com. You can hit the text line at 888-973-5476.
This is Seattle's Morning News here on KIRO News Radio.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix, A, mix, A. When I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix, A.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues, they took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Your best source for local news, KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump suggests U.S. officials will talk sometime next week with counterparts from Iran now that the war with Israel is over.
I'm Vicki Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. President Trump insists those U.S. airstrikes did devastate Iran's nuclear capability. And if you don't believe him, he suggests, ask the Iranians.
Just came that Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, this is Iran's foreign ministry, says it's near its nuclear installations were very badly damaged by the American strikes.
Insisting to reporters gathered at the NATO summit in The Hague, the Iranians won't rebuild because, quote, they've had it.
An early U.S. assessment indicated Iran's nuclear program was set back only by several months. Iran is now moving to stop cooperating with international inspectors. NATO Chief Mark Rutte hails the alliance agreement today to boost defense spending.
With this plan, allies have agreed to invest 5% of GDP in defense. This is a significant commitment in response to significant threats to our security.
Ukraine's President Zelensky said today he discussed a ceasefire with Russia in a meeting on the sidelines of the summit with President Trump. He called it long and substantive. Another day of uncomfortable temperatures for millions in the eastern part of the country. The heat wave pushing them into the 90s, heat indexes into the triple digits. CBS's Rob Marciano.
We got 120 or so million people still within heat warnings or advisories, and we've got temperatures that are going to be very, well, oppressive again for the mid-Atlantic, for the mid-South. It'll feel like 109 in Raleigh, Columbia, South Carolina, 104 in Birmingham, 104 in Cincinnati, and still feeling like 100 degrees in D.C. and here in New York City. A bit of relief coming on the way of the heat dome shrinking tomorrow.
First meeting today of a newly appointed 7-member medical panel on vaccines as critics cite their inexperience and possible bias. Reporter Sabrina Cupits of affiliate WSB.
Among the topics on the agenda, COVID, flu, and RSV vaccines. According to the online agenda, they'll vote on RSV and flu vaccine recommendations, but I did not see a vote on COVID vaccines. Another interesting point is that the panel usually makes recommendations, then they are accepted or not by the CDC director. Right now, there is no CDC director. President Trump's pick will be at a confirmation hearing at the same time this panel is meeting.
Health Secretary Kennedy indicated today the U.S. will no longer financially support an international group that buys vaccines for kids in poor countries. Wall Street, the Dow is down 60 points. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
8:03 now, and let's head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we are still kind of bursting at the seams in a couple of different places, primarily the Federal Way to Seattle Drive and the drives out of Snohomish County. So let's look at that I-5 drive. It's not as bad through the Kent Des Moines Road as it could be, but it's still at least 30 minutes to get up into South Center. But now we have over 45 to go from South Center to downtown as we are crammed in, working our way past the Boeing Field area on into downtown. So give yourself about an hour and 15, maybe a little bit more to make the drive from Federal Way to Seattle. Don't jump onto 99 because looks like we've got a crash through South Park right as you approach Cloverdale. So that's on northbound 99. So that's why that's so slow there. Looking at Renton to Bellevue at about 45 to 48 minutes. Brake lights extend past 44th, and then you hit them again. We're also seeing very heavy braking on westbound 520 approaching 405. Looks like we might have something on the ramp there to southbound 405 in Bellevue. The Valley Freeway, hour drive still from end to end, and it's an hour and 15 from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. All of the braking there begins right at Linwood. This report brought to you by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner of Washington State. You could stop Medicare fraud by reporting anything suspicious to the Washington State Health Insurance Benefits Advisors. Call 800-562-6900.
8:04 Wednesday morning, June 25th. This is Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger, along with Manda Factor.
The 53-year-old man who died after a shootout and standoff with Seattle police near Madison Park was killed when he turned the gun on himself.
When officers arrived at the scene on Friday, they found the man's girlfriend shot in the back. And with the update, here's KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, that suspect's name, Charlie, is Daniel Jolliffe. He served 14 years in prison for killing 2 men during an alley fight more than 30 years ago. Early Friday morning, this was that chaotic scene outside his girlfriend's apartment.
Shots fired, shots fired. I got the door.
Police say Jolliffe fired at them through a window on the second floor. At least one officer returned fire, and police say hit the 53-year-old. However, during a standoff with police, according to autopsy results, Jolliffe shot himself in the head, and that's how he died. Here's what we know about that suspect. In 1993, when he was 21 years old, he was convicted on 2 counts of second-degree murder. He killed 2 men in that alley fight in Pioneer Square, according to the Seattle Times. He was sentenced to serve 27 years in prison, but only served 14 before being released. He had been out of prison for at least 18 years. Seattle police say, though, Jolliffe was not on their radar before Friday's standoff. His female victim was taken to Harborview, and she is expected to recover.
Thank you, Luke. Washington's latest revenue forecast is out, and the state's money problems continue.
Projected revenue collections through 2029 increased by about $8 billion from the March 2025 forecast. That's mostly because of the new taxes passed by state lawmakers as they wrestled with a $16 billion shortfall. However, it's still $720 million lower than what lawmakers assumed in their budget. Dave Reich, Washington's chief economist, says the state and national economies are both slowing down.
Future risk is elevated.
Governor Bob Ferguson calls the revenue forecast disappointing, but not surprising. He says his team is analyzing it, and right now he does not anticipate calling a special session. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Critics note Washington is not actually collecting less money. It's collecting more taxes than ever. The shortfall comes from the state spending more than it ever has, despite the record-breaking revenue being taken in.
Seattle City Attorney is endorsing legislation targeting graffiti vandals. Ann Davison went before the City Council's Public Safety Committee yesterday, seeking to fine them $1,000 for each illegal tag.
I've seen this problem grow, so this is something that even though the number of referrals is going down, the problem has been increasing over time.
Davison said it costs the city $6 million annually to clean up graffiti. The measure would require offenders to either reimburse the city or do community service to remove the tags.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
I was listening to a Spotify playlist yesterday called Dad Rock.
Yes, was this on it?
I was noting on this, Manda, that there are so many songs that Nick has to choose from in the dad rock genre. I was noting to myself, okay, I got to tell Nick, maybe he wants that. Nick might want to play that too. Oh, this would be great for Nick.
Good job, Nick.
Was
the
it
opportunities
my
are endless.
My playlist is probably what you're pulling from.
Yeah. It says C. Sullivan. Maybe that's you. Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Very nice.
Well, I'm Charlie, that's Manda, and that's Sully, and that's Nick over there who's operating the board and choosing the tunes.
And producer David Burbank is here. Katrina Gishard is at the news desk.
Busy hour of the show ahead. We check in on the ceasefire between Israel and Iran. The president just had a press conference. We'll hear from CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland.
Plus, in case you missed our interview with Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell earlier this morning, we'll go over some of his answers coming up later.
It's 8:08 here on Seattle's Morning News. Seattle's ICE field director is weighing in for the first time on reports of growing arrest quotas. One of those follows dozens of anti-ICE protests across the country. She sat down with KIRO News Radio's Gwen Baumgartner.
As anti-ICE protests intensified this month, so did efforts by ICE agents to detain and deport, with a widely reported quota from Homeland Security to increase arrest totals to 3,000 a day, a directive shared between 25 field offices across the U.S. In Seattle, ICE Field Director Kamala Walmsley says it's not a quota, rather a daily arrest goal, one that sometimes goes unmet.
It's between 30 and 50. It depends on what we're doing that day and how our teams are broken down. It's an aspirational goal.
Agents are efforting the largest deportation push in America's history, one of the president's campaign promises. Gwen Baumgartner, KIRO News Radio.
A popular Seattle festival is off this year, and fear is the reason why. Duwamish River Festival was canceled over concerns immigration agents might show up. It's held in South Park, a neighborhood with many Latino and immigrant families. Organizers say they didn't want to risk anyone's safety. They made the announcement on social media saying the decision was not easy, but they felt it was the right thing to do. Community members say they're disappointed, but understand the festival was supposed to happen August 9th.
Man from Kent is tied to a bizarre and deadly cult bombing in California. Daniel Park, he was accused of helping a terrorist blow up a fertility clinic in Palm Springs. Well, he has now died in federal custody just days after arriving at a lockup in Los Angeles. The FBI says Park bought explosive chemicals and sent them to the bomber. That bomber was linked to a fringe anti-natalist cult that believes having children is wrong. The blast injured 4 people, destroyed the clinic. Investigators say Park helped plan it all from right here in Washington State. The FBI says no one else is being sought in the case.
The Seattle City Council has approved a ban on rent-setting software. Critics say that technology allows landlords to collude to drive up rental prices. Here's Councilmember Rob Saka.
This is very impactful and will support tenants for decades.
The measure prohibits corporate landlords from using RealPage's algorithm and other rent-setting services. Violators face fines of up to $7,500 per violation.
Okay, we were had.
Yes.
Yeah, fooled. We want to acknowledge it and make a retraction on a story we covered Monday.
It's a teaching moment.
It is. It is. We fell victim to some deceptive AI-created audio. What we're talking about, if you were listening at this time on Monday, we were playing that sound of Charles Barkley saying the Sonics, the Sonics are no thunder and the Thunder are awful and the Sonics are great. Something to that effect. It was fun audio, but it was too good to be true.
It was not Barkley.
It was not Barkley.
Thank you. Artificial intelligence.
Yeah, some AI prankster online, and we always try to get it right. We didn't get it right, and we want to apologize for that mistake.
Had it been real, it would have been really funny.
It would have been fantastic. Unfortunately, it was not real.
No.
We endeavor at all times to have accurate stuff. This one just slipped by us, and we want to apologize for that and retract it.
Yeah, and the point here is AI is getting more and more sophisticated, and you really need to keep your eyes open. If anything seems, that's too good to be true, it always is.
It always is. All right. So just wanted to note that and move along. It's 8:12 now, and let's get a check on weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard.
Well, what you see right now generally is what you're going to have today. It's cloudy out there now, and I expect it to stay cloudy today. I do think for at least the first half of the day, there may be a little drizzle, some mist, or just a few sprinkles, but I don't really think you'll see a whole lot on the radar. The coast, yes, and to the north, maybe a little bit, but that's about all. We're starting off in the 50s. I only expect to get to about 66 to 68. A couple of places in the South Sound, like Tacoma, for example, might hit 70, maybe Lakewood, maybe Puyallup. Otherwise, we're going to be right around 68 in Seattle, 69 for Olympia. Tomorrow is cloudy again, only in the mid-60s, and I also think an increasing chance for some showers, light ones, but there in the afternoon and evening. And then we'll see morning clouds and some drizzle or a few sprinkles early Friday, then some afternoon sun breaks. The weekend, though, looks great. Mid-70s Saturday after some morning clouds. Pride Parade Sunday, upper 70s and lower 80s, and the same thing to start next week.
Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 57.
It's 8:13. We do traffic every 10 minutes on the 3s, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we haven't quite hit the high tide mark yet for our commutes, but I'm hoping we get to that point and the travel times will start coming back down. See, that's what I did, man. Is that the first time I've used that with you?
I think so.
High tide mark, that means like we're at the max travel times, and then they'll slowly start receding.
It piqued my interest because we have extreme low tides today.
There you go. That's exactly why I did it.
I thought you were
because I
trying
was
to tie
reading
that
ahead and paying attention or stuff. Yeah, so we're getting there. A couple places are getting better. It's going to just take a little while. Like if you're coming up the Valley Freeway, we're thinning out a little bit in spots. We're getting there, but it's still about 55 minutes to go from end to end with the brake lights in Pacific going past the Emerald Downs and then up at the far north end, but inside 180th, so not bad. Rented to Bellevue, still about 45 to 46 minutes, depending on how you hit the volume in Factoria over the top of I-90 into Bellevue. I-5 northbound trying to get better through the Kent Des Moines Road. It's thinning there a little, but we still have about 45 minutes from South Center, so it's still up over an hour and 15 total. Northbound 509's pretty thick from 128th out of Burien. We had an earlier crash in South Park. I told you about that 10 minutes ago. Northbound 99 near Cloverdale. It's now over on the right shoulder. The Lake Bridges are still doing okay, and coming down from the north end, and hour and 15 minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. I-5 is actually probably closer to an hour and 5 now, so it's starting to pick up the pace just a bit. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
8:15 now. Actor Brad Pitt talks about hitting rock bottom with a story. Here's KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard.
Brad Pitt is sharing the real story behind his decision to quit drinking.
I needed rebooting. I needed to wake the up in some areas. I was pretty much on my knees. I was trying anything and everyone. Anything anyone threw at me. It was a particular difficult time.
The Oscar winner also talked about his time in Alcoholics Anonymous.
I can generally be a bit shy in any kind of situation first, but it was really like something I look forward to. I just thought it was just incredible, men sharing their foibles, their missteps, their wants, their aches.
Brad says sobriety changed his life for the better, and he is not looking back. His new movie, F1, is out on Friday.
Well, that's just an indicator. Addiction can affect anyone, even somebody like Brad Pitt. So recovery is possible.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Katrina. It's 8:15.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Well, the ceasefire between Iran and Israel, brokered and announced by President Trump, has surpassed the 24-hour mark after early violations of the deal from both Israel and Iran.
And President Trump right now is in the Netherlands for the NATO summit. He just stopped speaking at a press conference. Following all of this is CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland, who joins us now.
So nice to have you again, Jeff, this morning. What are you taking from what President Trump said this morning at that summit?
Well, I think it was a major success for President Trump and a major success for the Secretary General, Mr. Ruda, and a major success for the alliance as a whole. I mean, what we did was they made this formal announcement that the allies of NATO are committed now to move to 5% of GDP for defense by 2032. And furthermore, all sides once again pledged to stand together and committed themselves to collective defense. Mr. Trump said in some of his remarks, I stand with it meeting NATO. That's why I'm here. And trust me, all the allies were waiting to hear that. Commitment by Donald Trump that the United States would stand behind its NATO commitments, following some equivocation he made in some press conferences and prior to that. There wasn't a formal denunciation of Russia for its invasion of Ukraine, which some had expected, but they did have strong language in the communique coming out that, of course, that the Russians pose a threat to the Euro-Atlantic community, which is why they're all going about doing that. And, of course, there was additional details provided by some of the allies. For example, most notably to me was the British coming out saying they're going to buy about a dozen F-35 Alphas, which can actually be equipped with a nuclear weapon, expanding not only their force capability, but actually expanding a potential nuclear capability that the British could have since they do have nuclear weapons.
What do you make of President Trump saying the U.S. will meet directly with Iran soon?
That, again, is good news, I think, because we're now into the and then what phase of our airstrike on Iran. We're into a ceasefire. Ceasefires are great, but ceasefires freeze things in place. And now we've got to move to what happens now to address some of the root issues that caused this conflict to occur. And I imagine from the U.S. perspective, that will be accessed by the International Atomic Energy Agency into Iran to actually verify what happened to some of those facilities, most notably Fordo. Second of all, to account for roughly 800 pounds of active material that the Iranians had enriched to about 60% level. And no, it can't be accounted for right now, and they could move pretty rapidly. Most experts believe, I think, to move that up to a level that's weapons grade, perhaps by some residual centrifuges they may have hidden somewhere throughout the country. And then probably talks as well about limitations on Iran's ability to produce more longer-range missiles that could threaten Israel, as well as their contributions to support various proxy groups throughout the Middle East, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, etc., that have caused enormous problems for stability for many, many years.
What are we hearing today about how effective that airstrike was?
Well, I think what we're hearing today, of course, is this initial report by the DIA, which suggests that maybe it wasn't as successful as we had thought initially, and that we may have only pushed things back, a few months. I think two things are important, man. One is to keep in mind that a nuclear capacity really is three things: infrastructure, technology, and knowledge. Now, we did a number on the infrastructure. I think there's a real possibility that a lot of these centrifuges, which are very finely tuned, were damaged just by the concussion, let alone the explosion. But the technology we got to account for, that's that 800 pounds of enriched material. Where is that now? Because it could be put into a crude bomb pretty quickly. Then finally, the knowledge. And don't forget, Iran has had a nuclear program since 1957. Under the Atoms for Peace proposal by the Eisenhower administration, they began, under supervision, building a nuclear reactor. So there's a lot of knowledge amongst the scientific community in Iran about what it takes. Now, the Israelis did kill about 10 nuclear scientists, but if you're going to reduce the capacity, you got to keep in mind that knowledge is still there. And then finally, I think we got to keep in mind the difference between an airstrike and an air campaign. I would dare say you could ask any Air Force guy you want to, and if you say I want a very high probability that I destroy something, he or she is going to say, okay, we're going to need an air campaign. We're going to go in and hit it, then we're going to do BDA, then we're going to hit it again, then we're going to do BDA, then we're going to hit it again, and we're going to keep doing that until we get a real high probability that we've taken it out. For a host of reasons, a lot of which I think were political, the administration decided to not do an air campaign, to try to do an air strike. One and done. Very clean politically, less pressure to go to Congress, but that reduces your probabilities that you're going to destroy it. And I think that's what we're dealing with right now.
What are the odds of there being a reset here? Here we are meeting with Iran, and it seems at least having direct communication is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, this could be 1979 all over again. What I mean by that, if you look back to 1979, it was the pivotal year in the history of the region. Think about what happened in 1979. You had the accords between Egypt and Israel, one of the greatest peace agreements in the Middle East ever created. You had the attack on the Grand Mosque in Saudi Arabia by terrorists trying to upseat the monarchy in Saudi Arabia. You had the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and you had the arrival of the Ayatollah Khomeini and the upheaval which brought down the Shah of Iran. All those things happened in that 1 year, reorganized the entire Middle East. We have a similar moment. Hezbollah largely destroyed, Hamas largely destroyed, Assad gone after decades of control in a brutal fashion over Syria. Now Iran largely defeated in terms of its military capacity and a lot of its nuclear capacity. And there's a moment here where we might see a totally reordering of the Middle East in a much more positive way, perhaps moving towards normalization of relations between Israel and some of its Arab nations for greater economic prosperity. The key problem right now, though, in the aftermath, I think, is going to be we're going to return to Gaza. We're going to return to Gaza. If this is going to be a reordering of the region, then there needs to be a quick settlement in Gaza that provides some kind of a positive future for the people of Gaza if we can reorder the Middle East and bring greater stability to the region.
I want to just ask this in a way that is in no way endorsing President Trump, but if those outcomes were to happen, would he deserve credit for the change in the Middle East?
Well, sure, he would deserve some of the credit for all this change. But at the same time, let's not lose sight of the fact, as Tony Blinken argued today, and I think there's some credibility in that, this didn't need to happen. In 2015, we had an agreement with the Iranians that provided transparency and limitations on the Iranian nuclear program, and they were only enriching to a level of 3.6% for civil purposes. Was that a perfect agreement? Of course it wasn't. It was probably a B- C+, but that's about as good as you do in diplomacy, in my history. And for a host of reasons, Mr. Trump just tore that up and said, no, we're going to go to a maximum pressure campaign, and we'll come out with a better agreement. We never did. And what did the Iranians do? Well, they're now threatened, so they began enriching uranium to a level of 60% or beyond, looking like they're moving toward a nuclear weapon, more to deter us than the Israelis and anything else. So while Mr. Trump does deserve some of the credit, let's not forget the destruction of that agreement brought us to where we are.
Jeff, thank you so much for sharing your expertise. Again, we really appreciate it. CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland.
8:23 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we are definitely seeing things getting better on the drive on I-5 southbound as you work your way away from Linwood. I mean, it's heavy past 44th, and then you're going to see some brake lights off and on, but it doesn't really re-up again through the U District like normal. And so we're back under an hour from Everett to Seattle, which is great, but an hour from Everett to Bellevue as we continue to see the brake lights working there. The Lake Bridges are still doing okay, which is good. Northbound I-5, not as heavy through the Kent Des Moines Road, but we still have 45 minutes from South Center, which is an hour and 10 minutes total. So still have some work to do there, but we're getting there. The Renton to Bellevue Drive is actually back under 45 minutes, so we're moving in the right direction there. And we're thinning out on the Valley Freeway. We're probably back under 40, make that back under 50 minutes total, which is great. Still have a little slowing past 56. We've been dealing with a stall in the right lane there coming up northbound I-5 out of Tacoma, but we've got about a 40-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma, which isn't too bad. This report brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. Join for a Life in Color on August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. Get tickets at nwhopeandhealing.org.
It's cloudy and 58 in Seattle right now, headed for a high of only 68 today.
Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, our Luke Doozy has a scam that has stolen millions from people in Washington State, and more of the day's top local stories. This is Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFed Bank.
Jake and Spike.
How you doing today?
I'm fabulous.
You're looking a little, are you a little glum?
No,
oh, you're fabulous.
I'm fabulous. I'm faking it till I make it.
Good for
I'm
you.
a transmission fluid half full kind of guy.
Oh, that's nice.
How's that?
You need that today.
I do need that.
You're having some car troubles. Is that okay that I tell people that?
Yeah, of course it is. You know, we live our lives. We live our lives for the betterment and enjoyment of this city.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
With Clear Choice dental implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best. But I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists with Puget Sound Express, the Salish Sea is absolutely packed with whales right now. The past week has seen nearly 20 humpbacks in the waters off of Port Angeles, with tremendous displays of breaching and lunge feeding. Not to be outdone, Bigg's killer whales have also been gathering in large numbers, with superpods of more than 15 individuals traveling and hunting throughout Puget Sound. Summer is heating up, and so is the whale watching. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
No one wants to leave behind stress for their family. That's why a trust or a will is so important. Without one, your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. Trustandwill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off on your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
This Thursday through Sunday, four-time Grammy winner Eliane Elias brings her Brazilian brilliance to Dimitro's Jazz Alley. Don't miss 6 shows of stunning piano, sultry vocals, and unforgettable rhythm. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafi from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. King County prosecutors are sounding the alarm over a surge in so-called courier scams. Scammers are tricking victims into boxing up large sums of cash, claiming a courier will collect the money for safekeeping.
And so far this year, 46 people across Washington state at least have fallen victim, losing millions of dollars. Tracking the story for us is KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, this is a really scary scam out there right now. Here's King County Prosecutor Patrick Hines.
We have reports of people losing $870,000, losing money in chunks of $20,000 to $30,000. This can be devastating and life-changing.
So these bad guys are mostly targeting older folks. Hines says it starts by sending a victim a text message, email, or calling them. They immediately scare that victim, saying they're going to lose all their money from their bank account or their retirement fund unless the victim takes and withdraws that cash, puts it in a box for a courier to be scheduled to pick it up, and then it'll be taken somewhere for safekeeping. And Hines says the scam usually does not end there.
Once you have given them money, they're going to keep coming back to you because now you've interacted with them once. They can use that to build rapport with you, to build trust. So they will actually use what has happened as a bootstrap to continue the scam.
Yeah, and obviously when that courier, I'm doing air quotes here, if you can watch it on YouTube, there you go, I'll do some more for the camera. Once the courier picks it up, it's gone, it's stolen, and it's really difficult to get that money back, law enforcement says. So what can you do so you're not a victim? Well, you can, if you get a text or an email with a link on it, do not click on that link. That's first and foremost. If the text or email comes from like a government agency, Charlie, I've been talking to you this morning about you got snagged, but you owe toll money.
Yeah, I'm worried about going to jail.
Washington DMV, which does not exist, by the way. It's DOL. But if you get one of those, you're a government agency in your bank. They're not going to contact you in that way. So that's another flag for you to be aware of. And finally, and this is something I tell my parents all the time, hey, if you don't recognize the name or number on the caller ID, just ignore it. Just don't answer it. Charlie and Manda, Hines tells me that out of those 46 victims that they know about, because a lot of people don't report this because it's embarrassing perhaps for them, but you shouldn't be. You should report it. They have lost more than $7 million. So much money.
Just a shame. Okay, thank you, Luke, and we'll have more on this up on MyNorthwest.com.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be on it. I will now.
Trick question.
All right. We'll have that up later. It is time to check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, and Sully's watching the roads.
That's Charlie, old news director, telling you, get your article up at mynorthwest.com. That was a subtle dig. Okay, maybe it wasn't. But
okay,
you will be able to find it.
I'm giving you the news director look now.
Do the traffic, Sully.
To do my job?
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Looking at the drive now, we are getting better now across the board. Travel times are even picking up the pace on I-5 as we thin out past the Kent-Des Moines Road. Still 45 from South Center, but down to about an hour and 5 all the way, so that's good. Back under 50 from Puyallup to Renton, and Pierce County is clearing out. Renton to Bellevue, about 45 minutes. Coming down from the north end, under an hour from Everett to Seattle, but still an hour from Everett to Bellevue. The Lake Bridges are doing okay, except right there on the west end as you work your way around Seattle in the Mount Baker Tunnel. This report brought to you by Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org.
Aren't you glad you don't have to do the news director stare anymore? It's going to be a cloudy day, headed for a high of 68. Tomorrow, a mix of clouds and showers and sunshine and 65. And it looks like it's going to be dry Friday right on through the weekend. By Sunday, look for highs in the upper 70s. Right now, cloudy and 58 in Seattle.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
8:35 now. A Seattle man is stuck in Israel. This is as the conflict between that country and Iran unfolds. And KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman talked to him about his experience.
Randy Kessler of Seattle shares with me what he's gone through the past few days.
You just go down to the bottom floor, and that's where it is. And everybody goes down there and gathers. And so you see all their, you see all your neighbors at 2:45 in the morning in their pajamas, tired, and there's a radio on. And in my case, those ballistic missiles almost entirely went over my head towards the more populated civilian areas of Israel.
And in order to get back home, he has to cross from Israel's southern border into Egypt.
He's already had a flight canceled. He hopes to be back in Seattle before the weekend.
If you are house hunting, you might finally have a little more power. Seattle was one of the few cities in the country where home prices actually dropped last month. Homes.com says the median price in May fell about 1.3% compared to last year. Not a huge drop, but it's a shift. Seattle is still one of the most expensive places to buy a home, but now it ranks near the bottom for price growth. That means buyers may have a bit more room to negotiate.
For the second time in 4 days, another copper wire theft. Sound Transit tells the Seattle Times someone hit the 2 line again, this time near Redmond. It happened early yesterday morning. They had to shut down 5 stations. That meant no trains between Bel-Red and downtown Redmond for most of the day. Sound Transit says they're stepping up security and exploring long-term solutions.
One person accused of robbing a popular Port Angeles burger joint at gunpoint late last year has been arrested.
The Clallam County Sheriff's Office says 2 employees at Frugal's along East Front Street had guns pointed at them by 2 suspects who forced them into the bathroom. This was last December. Those suspects wore masks, and KIRO 7 TV reports they stole one of the employees' cars, which turned up about an hour later. On June 21st, deputies arrested one of the 2 suspects, a 36-year-old man. He was booked into jail on charges including robbery, kidnapping, burglary, and theft. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
State lawmakers just had to use a bunch of new taxes to help fill a $16 billion budget shortfall. But according to the revenue forecast, which was released yesterday, state's going to be short another $720 million over the next 4 years. Dave Reich, who is Washington's chief economist, says state and national economies are both slowing down.
Future risk is elevated due to the current policy changes. Continue to watch the tariffs and changes in federal employment and funding, and of course geopolitical conflict, particularly the Iran-Israel conflict, to see how that might play through.
Governor Ferguson says the revenue forecast is disappointing, not surprising, does not anticipate calling a special session. Now, critics say the state is bringing in more money than ever in taxes, but state spending is at an all-time high. They say that's why we're seeing a projected shortfall, not because of a drop in state income.
The price of your Starbucks drink is about to change if you load up on syrups. CBS's Matt Piper explains.
Starbucks says it will now charge 80 cents for any combination of syrup or sauce that modifies an unflavored drink instead of charging for each addition. But it won't charge customers to substitute a sauce or syrup in a pre-flavored drink, like adding vanilla syrup to a cafe mocha. Starbucks also plans to charge $1 for adding a scoop of matcha powder to non-matcha drinks and will charge 50 cents to include dried fruit in a beverage.
charge.
You can add the classic syrup, a liquid sugar akin to simple syrup, to any drink at no cost.
Well, that's good to know. I'm feeling like I have high blood sugar just listening to that.
I don't know what half those things work.
But don't worry. You can always find out at Starbucks. They'll always have some sugar for you.
Mm-hmm.
Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the dwindling travel times. Still have a couple of them in effect, so we'll break it down for you coming up next.
A KIRO Newsradio exclusive on the G and Ursula Show.
New Seattle Police Chief Sean Barnes, with the mass deportations and the actions by ICE, clarify when Seattle police would step in and when they would not step in.
Just to be clear, Washington state law prohibits us from being involved. The only time we would get involved if there was a dangerous situation, if there was gunfire, just like we would for anything else.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO Newsradio YouTube page.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back.
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
8:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we've actually picked up another 5 or 6 minutes on southbound I-5 as you work your way from Everett to Seattle. That drive at 50 minutes now, which is great. We do have brake lights through Linwood, but then the further south you go, the better it gets, and it doesn't really bog back down too badly until you get to the till you get to the Ship Canal Bridge. 405, though, a little different story. It's pretty heavy still away from Linwood. We've got about an hour drive there, so 10 minutes slower on 405. Looking at Federal Way to Seattle, definitely breaking up through the Kent Des Moines Road past 188th, but still 45 minutes from South Center. Those last couple of miles are going to be difficult, but that puts us at about an hour and 5 minutes total, which is really good. Pierce County, more green than yellow, which means we're finally getting back up to freeway speed everywhere. The Valley Freeway, though, still has about 48 minutes to go from end to end, maybe a little bit less depending on how you hit it. It's really not too bad through Auburn right now, and Renton to Bellevue's about 45 minutes. The Lake Bridges are still doing really well at this point, so all in all, we're getting there. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Our forecast, you're getting there with cloudy skies today, a high of only 68. Tomorrow, a few peaks of sunshine, but a chance of showers too, and 65, and then drying out for the weekend. Friday looks great, so we'll start to see more in the way of sunshine, 67, up around 78 by Sunday. Right now, it's cloudy and 58 in the city.
At 8:44, country rap star Jelly Roll brought out a surprise guest at his concert, and KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard tells us about it.
The guest was his doppelganger, actor and comedian Kevin James.
So who the hell am I to expect the Savior? Oh, if I only talk to God when I need a favor.
The pair looked absolutely identical in matching looks. The King of Queens actor who danced around the stage for the duration of the song, he wore black pants, a black short sleeve t-shirt with a black vest over it, and a backwards black baseball cap. At a glance, though, the only difference between the two is the fact that Jelly Roll had like platinum chains around his neck, and of course he has sleeves.
What?
But other than
And
that,
tats
it was
all over his face.
Yeah.
that too.
Wait, did Paul Blart Mall Cop get tattoos on his face? We haven't seen him for a while.
He did not know.
Okay.
He was himself.
Okay, thanks for that, Katrina. Well, coming up, he's asking for your vote again. We hear from Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell saying why he should win election as Seattle Mayor.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Guardian has flexible financing options. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, and insulation. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Thanks for being here this morning. The race for Seattle's next mayor continues. There are 8 candidates running in August primary election, 7 newcomers, and of course, incumbent Mayor Bruce Harrell.
We spoke with Mayor Harrell this week. In case you missed it this morning on the air, here are some of the answers to key questions on the subject of the housing crisis in Seattle.
What we've done from a policy standpoint, we did pass one of the largest housing levies in our entire history, almost $1 billion. In my administration in housing, we've spent over $1 billion in my budget, and at $343 million in our budget. That's unprecedented numbers. We've built over 33,000 units, 5,000 of which are affordable. And in terms of planning for our growth, we proposed a comprehensive plan to grow 330,000 units, to produce 330,000 units in the next many years to accommodate our growth. So from a policy standpoint, we're doing everything possible. The fact of the matter is that income has not kept pace with the cost of housing, and that would be healthcare, tuition, the other cost to live in Seattle.
We also asked him about crime in the city.
The other issue of public safety, our crime rates are great. When I took office, we lost 300 officers. We had a demoralized police department. And in addition to now, for example, in 2020, we had 721 applications. I know the data fairly well. Right, that's per year. Right now, we're getting over 4,000 applications. So I took a demoralized police department, and through changing policies and inspiration, we're building them back up. And we created a brand new care department, which is a non-GUDGE response to mental crisis. And so we have an outstanding chief in Amy Barton. So we've recreated the sort of what modern policing looks like. And then with respect to again, public safety, our crime rates are trending in the right way. They're going down. Our homicides are down. Violent crimes are down. Serious crime is down. So we're doing everything possible to protect everyone. What was the other issue you asked about?
Homelessness.
Homelessness is, again, you look at the 2,000 emergency shelter units where there's permanent supportive housing, tiny homes. 85% of all tiny homes in the county actually rest in Seattle. And that's not, we don't want anyone to have to always live in the tiny homes, but we've reduced the encampments by 80%, RVs by 50%. So if you look at the work, and this is not organic growth, this is intentionality, rebuilding a city.
We also asked Mayor Harrell the question we've asked all the mayoral candidates we've spoken to. Does Seattle have a gang problem?
I would say almost every major city does. And I was born and raised in this city, and I was here when there were no gangs. And so you do see many young people in particular that migrate to groups. There's drugs involved, not all in Seattle, by the way. They're all around the other cities, you name it. And again, we have gang prevention strategies in place. The fact is we are a big city. We're the fourth fastest growing city in the country. We're a wealthy city. We have big city problems. And so I'm uniquely qualified to work with the community-based organizations to reach these kids.
And we have reported that former Seattle Police Department Chief of Staff Jamie Tompkins is suing the city of Seattle for failing to stop rumors she was having an affair with former Chief Diaz, saying she felt violated, degraded, and dehumanized at SPD. She told Fox some of those crude comments came from Mayor Harrell. Here's the quote from Tompkins. He, being Diaz, says Mayor Harrell told him he didn't care about the rumor because he would do me too. It was an uncomfortable question to ask, I'll admit, and here is how the mayor responded.
It's not uncomfortable because it's not true. And unfortunately, I don't know Ms. Tompkins. I've never seen her. I've never interfaced with her. And anyone that knows me, I don't use terms like that. That would be disrespectful to my wife, number one, but disrespectful toward women. The fact of the matter is, let's look at the facts. The fact of the matter is, and there's ongoing litigation all around in this stuff, so I'm going to be very cautious on how I phrase this. The fact is that I believed in Chief Diaz. I believed in his integrity and him as a human being. I stood by his side. The fact is that a report concluded he was dishonest.
That is Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell running for re-election. Now, we have interviewed several of the candidates for Seattle Mayor. We are attempting to get to all 8, and you can catch the full interviews. Go over to mynorthwest.com. We have them linked there, and you can watch. Some of these are over 20 minutes long.
Yep.
You can catch them right there.
It's 8:53, and we need to check the roads. Back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk we go. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we continue to pick up the pace across the board. Our travel times are coming down, a few exceptions, but even coming down out of the north end, we're closer to 50 or maybe 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle, which is great. We don't normally clear out that early coming out of Snohomish County. 405, though, still up at about 55 minutes, so we still have some action to deal with heading down towards the down towards 522. Coming up from the south end, pretty clean from Olympia to Tacoma, only 35 minutes there. Not much action in Tacoma in general, and up the hill to 18. And then Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour and 5 minutes. Only 20 minutes up to South Center, 45 from those. So those last couple of miles are going to be pretty difficult. The Valley Freeway has thinned out as well. We're back under 45 to go from end to end, well under 25 out of Auburn. So that's a great travel time. Even 18 over the top of Tiger Mountain is not too bad. There are some brake lights on the west slope up to the summit, but it gets better the further north that you go, working your way up towards I-90. The Renton to Bellevue Drive still at about 45 minutes, but it's showing some signs of getting better. Westbound, make that eastbound I-90 is actually struggling getting across the lake now. Starting to see some slowing to midspan. Not sure what we're dealing with there, but it's heavy out of the Mount Baker Tunnel. Across the lake in the other direction, we're doing just fine. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Let's take a look at the forecast now. Today, we expect it to be mostly cloudy, a high in the upper 60s. Chance of showers tomorrow, Thursday, mid-60s Thursday and Friday. Sun returns on Saturday, 73 the forecast high, 78 on Sunday. Right now, it's 57 here in Seattle. Okay, by the way, I have the least surprising thing ever for both of you.
Okay.
G. Scott is out sick today. You listened to him yesterday,
poor guy.
right?
He was miserable yesterday.
Oh, man. G is out today. So instead, we have Angela Poe Russell filling in.
Yep, Ursula and Angela Poe Russell are going to be talking about the Caitlin Clark effect in case you missed it last night in the Storms matchup against the Indiana Fever.
And remember, you can always watch a show on video behind the scenes as we're in commercial break and whatnot. Just go over to mynorthwest.com and click on video or watch the YouTube live feed. Our username is KIRO Newsradio. And be sure to click like and subscribe to Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Summer's fast approaching, which makes this the perfect time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. Get ahead of the game with services like payment processing so customers can buy through kiosk, mobile, online, contactless, whatever way they want to pay. Plus, get industry-leading security and personalized help from dedicated IT support so you can get back to the important stuff. WaFd Bank has the knowledge and experience to make your business goals a reality. WaFd Bank, built for business. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
G and Ursula. Weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Doctors Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar this Thursday at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about